supplier of the goods. The situation could also involve buying and selling of a service. In some instances, the buyer may have such a significantly superior bargaining position that they are able to control the nature of the commercial relationship between the two. Having buyer power or a superior bargaining position is not an offense. However, abusing that power Engaging in practices such as delaying payments, unilateral termination, or threats of termination of contract without notice, refusing to receive goods despite having ordered them, and transfer of costs and risks to suppliers is prohibited by the Competition Act. So, if you're a supplier facing abuse of buyer power, or a concerned citizen who is aware of such practices in the Kenyan economy, there is a way out. You can now conveniently and efficiently lodge an abuse of buyer power complaint or submit information on abuse of buyer power for investigation by the authority. The service is offered free of charge. To start the process, simply log into our e-filing portal, click register, and provide your credentials. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint and select the Abuse of Buyer Power option from the drop-down menu. You will then be required to provide the name of the accused party and the nature of your complaint and the complaint's details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on the Browse tab and choosing the relevant supporting documents. Before clicking Submit, ensure that the information and attachments are verified and in order. Be careful to only upload the attachments in PDF or JPEG formats. Upon submission, the portal will auto-generate a response confirming that the authority is in receipt of your complaint. You can track the progress of your complaints from the portal's homepage under My Cases. Remember, parties found culpable of infringing the competition law may, following a criminal prosecution, be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 5 years, a maximum fine of 10 million Kenya shillings, or both. The authority may also administratively impose a penalty of up to 10% of the undertaking's preceding year's turnover. Another top tip from your man Billy. As a buyer or seller, always insist on signing and retaining written agreements and contracts which clearly outline the terms of trade. To learn more about the authority's mandate of sanctioning abuse of buyer power, kindly visit our website www.cak.go.ke. If you require further clarification, you can also seek an advisory opinion from the authority. We offer this service free of charge. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Hi, my name is Billy and I'm here to talk to you about the Competition Authority of Kenya, CAK. The Competition Authority of Kenya is a statutory agency established under the Competition Act No. 12 of 2010. The authority's mandate is to enforce the Competition Act with the objective of enhancing the welfare of Kenyans by promoting and regulating effective competition in markets and preventing misleading market conduct. Our core mandate is to control mergers and acquisitions, protect consumers from unfair and misleading market conduct, and sanction anti-competitive practices and abuse of buyer power. Additionally, the authority advises the government on matters relating to competition and consumer welfare. In order to enhance its efficiency, and in line with the government's agenda of increasing the use of digital platforms in service delivery, the authority on September 1st, 2020 ceased receiving physical applications relating to its technical processes. All applications must be lodged through the authority's e-filing portal, which is accessible via the link that is on your screen now. To enable our stakeholders efficiently use the e-filing portal, the authority has developed and uploaded user manuals, which can be accessed on our website www.cak.go.ke. Alternatively, you can access the tutorials on our YouTube page by searching for Competition Authority of Kenya on the platform. Any stakeholder The Competition Authority of Kenya of goods or services. Our complaints handling mechanism doesn't involve long queues, shouting matches, or cumbersome paperwork. And to top it all off, this service is available absolutely free of charge. Yes, you can now file consumer complaints regarding, among others, misleading representations, unconscionable and unfair conduct, and the sale of unsuitable or defective goods to the Competition Authority of Kenya through our e-filing portal. Do you have all the evidentiary information relating to the contentious transaction, such as warranties, receipts, and contracts? Have you sought redress or assistance from the seller or service provider in question with no positive outcome? If the answers to these questions are yes, start the online process of filing a consumer complaint by creating an account on our e-filing portal. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint, then pick the Consumer Complaint option from the resultant drop-down menu. You will then be required to provide the name of the accused party and a narrative of the complaint under the complaint details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on Browse and choosing the relevant supporting documents, which may include receipts, contracts, warranties, and invoices. Upon submission, the portal auto-generates a response confirming that the authority is in receipt of your complaint. You can track the progress of your complaint from the portal's homepage. Billy's top tip regarding consumer complaints: always retain your receipts, warranties, contracts, and other forms of proof of purchase. To learn more about our consumer protection mandate, visit our website www.cak.go.ke. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Agreements, decisions or practices between competitors that seek to fix prices, limit output, share markets, customers or sources of supply, and other cartel behavior such as bid rigging are regarded as harmful to competition. Such conducts threaten the foundations of free market economies and are therefore punishable under the Competition Act of Kenya. However, there are instances where agreements or collaborative practices between competitors can prove beneficial or obtain benefit for the public. In such instances, the Competition Authority of Kenya is empowered by the Competition Act to grant exemptions that allow such agreements so long as they 1. Maintain or promote exports. 2. Improve or prevent a decline in the production and distribution of goods and services. 3. Promote technical or economic progress or stability in an industry. And 4. Obtain a benefit for the public which outweighs the lessening of competition that the practice occasions. Further, the authority may, upon application, grant an exemption in relation to any agreement or practices concerning the exercise of intellectual property rights and professional association agreements as provided for under Sections 28 and 29 of the Competition Act, respectively. If as a business you believe that particular collaborations or agreements will result in greater public good when compared to competition, you can make an exemption application through our filing portal. Start count on the portal. Click on Register and enter the respective details as directed. Attached one Wholly paperless, so you can conveniently file from anywhere in the world and at any time. To start the process, simply log into our e-filing portal, click register and provide your credentials as directed by the platform. Once registered, log on to the portal and click on the menu button and select Mergers on the resultant form. To open the merger notification form, click on the plus sign under the merger party filings. The instructions in the form will enable you to ascertain the nature of the transaction being filed. The merger notification form has 4 schedules. Schedule 1 contains the mandatory information required for any filing. Where a mandatory field is not applicable to you, a filing party, kindly indicate not applicable. The attachments accompanying this schedule are mandatory. Where a mandatory attachment is not available for your filing, attach a detailed letter and an affidavit where necessary, detailing the reasons for the absence. This may, for instance, refer to a scenario where audited financials are unavailable. Schedule 2 of the merger notification form details the products and services supplied by each of the filing parties, while Schedule 3 covers the horizontal and vertical relationships of the merging parties. Finally, Schedule 4 is a mandatory declaration form which all parties must download, fill, scan and attach. At any stage of the filing, you may say Submit button, however, indicates that you have verified your submissions. You will not be afforded a chance to edit the same. Upon submission, the portal auto-generates a PDF version of the submitted information with a timestamp, indicating the time and date the merger notification Regarding restrictive trade practices and the Informant Reward Scheme, kindly visit our website www.ca. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Picture a scenario with two business entities, one which buys and sells goods to final consumers, and the other, the supplier of the goods. The situation could also involve buying and selling of a service. In some instances, the buyer may have such a significantly superior bargaining position that they are able to control the nature of the commercial relationship between the two. Having buyer or a superior bargaining position is not an offense. However, power by engaging in practices such as delaying payments, unilateral termination, or threats of termination of contract without notice, refusing to receive goods despite having ordered them, and transfer of costs and risks to suppliers is prohibited by the Competition Act. So, if you're a supplier facing abuse of buyer power, or a concerned citizen who is aware of such practices in the Kenyan economy, there is a way out. You can now conveniently and efficiently lodge an abuse of buyer power complaint or submit information on abuse of buyer power for investigation by the authority. The service is offered free of charge. To start the process, simply log into our e-filing portal, click register, and provide your credentials. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint and select the Abuse of Buyer Power option from the drop-down menu. You will then be required to provide the name of the accused party and the nature of your complaint and the complaint's details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on the Browse tab and choosing the relevant supporting documents. Before clicking Submit, ensure that the information and attachments are verified and in order. Be careful to only upload the attachments in PDF or JPEG formats. Upon submission, the portal will auto-generate a response confirming that the authority is in receipt of your complaint. You can track the progress of your complaints from the portal's homepage under My Cases. Remember, parties found culpable of infringing the competition law may, following a criminal prosecution, be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 5 years, a maximum fine of 10 million Kenya shillings, or both. The authority may also administratively impose a penalty of up to 10% of the undertaking's preceding year's turnover. Another top tip from your man Billy. As a buyer or seller, always insist on signing and retaining written agreements and contracts which clearly outline the terms of trade. To learn more about the authority's mandate of sanctioning abuse of buyer power, kindly visit our website www.cak.go.ke. If you require further clarification, you can also seek an advisory opinion from the authority. We offer this service free of charge. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Hi, my name is Billy and I'm here to talk to you about the Competition Authority of Kenya, CAK. The Competition Authority of Kenya is a statutory agency established under the Competition Act No. 12 of 2010. The authority's mandate is to enforce the Competition Act with the objective of enhancing the welfare of Kenyans by promoting and regulating effective competition in markets and preventing misleading market conduct. Our core mandate is to control mergers and acquisitions, protect consumers from unfair and misleading market conduct, and sanction anti-competitive practices and abuse of buyer power. Additionally, the authority advises the government on matters relating to competition and consumer welfare. In order to enhance its efficiency, and in line with the government's agenda of increasing the use of digital platforms in service delivery, the authority on September 1st, 2020 ceased receiving physical applications relating to its technical processes. All applications must be lodged through the authority's e-filing portal, which is accessible via the link on your screen now. To enable our stakeholders efficiently use the e-filing portal, the authority has developed and uploaded user manuals, which can be accessed on our website www.cak.go.ke. Alternatively, you can access the tutorials on our YouTube page by searching for Competition Authority of Kenya on the platform. Any stakeholder facing challenges accessing or operating the e-filing portal can channel their feedback to the authority through the dedicated email e-filing@cak.go.ke. The authority can also be contacted via our number +254 20 277 9000. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. The Competition Authority of Kenya now offers an easier and legal way to address disputes where your rights as a consumer have been infringed by a supplier of goods or services. Our complaints handling mechanism doesn't involve long queues, shouting matches, or cumbersome paperwork. And to top it all off, this service is available absolutely free of charge. Yes, you can now file consumer complaints regarding, among others, misleading representations, unconscionable and unfair conduct, and the sale of unsuitable or defective goods to the Competition Authority of Kenya through our e-filing portal. Do you have all the evidentiary information relating to the contentious transaction, such as warranties, receipts, and contracts? Have you sought redress or assistance from the seller or service provider in question with no positive outcome? If the answers to these questions are yes, start the online process of filing a consumer complaint by creating an account on our e-filing portal. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint, then pick the Consumer Complaint option from the resultant drop-down menu, and a narrative of the complaint under the complaint details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on Browse and choosing the relevant supporting documents, which may include receipts, contracts, warranties, and invoices. Upon submission, the portal auto-generates a response confirming that the authority is in receipt of your complaint. You can track the progress of your complaint from the portal's homepage. Billy's top tip regarding consumer complaints: always retain your receipts, warranties, contracts, and other forms of proof of purchase. To learn more about our consumer protection mandate, visit our website www.cak.go.ke. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Agreements, decisions or practices between competitors that seek to fix prices, limit output, share markets, customers or sources of supply, and other cartel behavior, such as bid rigging, are regarded as harmful to competition. Such conducts threaten the foundations of free market economies and are therefore punishable under the Competition Act of Kenya. However, there are instances where agreements or collaborative practices between competitors can prove beneficial or obtain benefit for the public. In such instances, the Competition Authority of Kenya is empowered by the Competition Act to grant exemptions that allow such agreements so long as they: 1. Maintain or promote exports. 2. Improve or prevent a decline in the production and distribution of goods and services. 3. Promote technical or economic progress or stability in an industry. And 4. Obtain a benefit for the public which outweighs the lessening of competition that the practice occasions. Further, the authority may, upon application, grant an exemption in relation to any agreement or practices concerning the exercise of intellectual property rights and professional association agreements as provided for under Sections 28 and 29 of the Competition Act, respectively. If as a business you believe that particular collaborations or agreements will result in greater public good, When compared to the negative impact on competition, you can make an exemption application through our e-filing portal. Start by creating an account on the portal. Click on Register and enter the respective details as directed by the platform. Once registered, log on to the system and click on the menu button, followed by Exemption Application on the selection panel. The form has instructions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 10th annual symposium from the Competition Authority of Kenya. We're happy to see you and thank you very much for making time. My name is Ninette Mwarania. I'll be your co-host for today.
And I'm Mugambi Mutegi. I think before we are first apologies for starting a bit late. We're waiting for all our friends and colleagues to join us. We won't wait for anyone else. We'll start. They'll join us on the way. As practice, I think we'll start with the national anthem, and I'll invite a colleague of ours, Lydia Ariga, to come lead us in the first stanza of the national anthem. I request all of you to be upstanding as Lydia leads us in the national anthem. Just the first stanza in English.
E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Thank you. You may have your seats. We won't say a prayer since we are from different religious inclinations. However, I'd like us to have a participatory kind of prayer. So look up from your phones. You're going to have what you're calling a conference prayer. And you repeat after me what I read out to you. We are good to go? Dhogo hapo mwisho? Sawa sawa. I really hope that the next 4.5 hours are not a complete waste of my time. I want you to say it with me. Repeat after me. I really hope the next 4.5 hours are not a complete waste of my time. I left a ton of work on my desk, so my prayer is that this sacrifice is worthwhile. I can't hear you speak up, or I cut the sentences a bit short. Okay. I left tons of work on my desk, so my prayer is that this sacrifice is worthwhile. May the gods of insight and knowledge personally visit the moderators and panelists of this symposium. Let's repeat that because that's where things fall apart. May the gods of insight and knowledge personally visit the moderators and panelists at this symposium. Lastly, may no work-related emergency distract me from this engagement. And we can collectively say amen. So, asanteni sana. That is our prayer. I'll send a copy. I'm selling a copy of my my work. I've patented it. I'll share it after the session. So it gives me pleasure to invite our Acting Director General, Dr. Adano Wario, to come and give us his opening remarks. I think just a clap or be upstanding. He's a man who does not like too much fanfare, so I'm not very sure which he prefers. So the clap will be enough. Dr. Adano, The floor is yours.
Good morning to you all. My name is all to this symposium, which is our 10th event since the authority initiated this anchor program for our advocacy initiative. Having said that, I would like to
Holds a doctoral degree in law from the New York University. He's also a proprietor of Professor Migai Akech and Associates Advocates law firm. What interests me about Professor Migai is, besides all his many accomplishments, he plays football and has chaired the Kenyan Premier League Independent Disciplinary and Complaints Committee. Professor, you let us know which team you support. Karibu sana. Professor will be joined by Raphael Mboro on stage, and also Professor Tando Vilakazi. And online, we have Elizabeth Gashweri. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much, Ninette. Tando Unjani. I think I'll sit. So I injured my knee playing football on Thursday last week. But let me try. Competition Regulation and Economic Development. He's an associate professor of economics at the University of Johannesburg. He in terms of his research interests, they include barriers to entry and economic participation. And what interests me a lot, and that I think is very relevant for this panel, is he does a lot of work in regional integration. So we want to hear from him quite a bit about industrial policy from the perspective of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Our other, is Elizabeth online? No. So we are also joined by our colleague. Unfortunately, I don't have Mr. Mburu's bio, but when he starts talking, he can more about himself. So, this subject matter, and let me start by just making a few observations from a theoretical perspective. What are we talking about? When we refer to competition policy, of course, we know we are talking about government policy to increase competitive market pressures. And the argument is that competition policy will lead firms to become more efficient, increase innovation, widen consumer choice, and enhance product quality. And as you all know, the main tools of competition policy are competition law and competition advocacy. The law regulates anti-competitive activities, as we heard from your Director General, and that includes paying attention to anti-competitive agreements, abuse of dominance, and anti-competitive mergers. Competition advocacy, on the other hand, seeks to foster the development of a culture of competition in markets and ensure that governments consider the need to promote competition in markets in formulating other policies. So, for example, if government is formulating a policy on sustainable development, we'd have to ask ourselves, what does that mean for competition in the relevant markets? On the other hand, talking about industrial policy, we're talking about something that is quite vague, or can be vague, but generally it means the measures that governments take to favor certain firms or sectors of an economy to achieve various policy goals. And those measures include subsidies of all kinds. You know the kinds of subsidization that governments give to all kinds of businesses. They are also investments in research and development. Governments also grant tax exemptions or advantages. They grant soft loans, and above all, they protect certain producers from competition, from import. And why do governments do this? If you're looking at the policy objectives behind industrial policy, there are quite a number. One, main one, is to foster internationally competitive industry firms. This is the so-called national champion argument. Number two is to foster the development of SMEs, the small and medium-term size enterprises, something that is quite common in developing countries such as ours. Three is to build local or regional value chains. Again, something that, as we'll see, is quite a key objective from the perspective of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Number four is to respond to economic downturns by generating and maintaining jobs in hard-hit sectors. And this happens from time to time. Number five is to promote sustainable development, including the use of renewable energies. And last but not least is a need to prevent and manage pandemics, as we've learned from the recent pandemic of COVID-19. And so we are here to consider the interaction of these two sets of policies. And the question is, do they complement or do they conflict each other? And this question, as I've said, is particularly important in Africa today as we pursue a trade and development agenda. And those of you that are familiar with what we're trying to do at the level of the African Union, this agenda takes two forms. There is the African Continental Free Trade Area, and there is Agenda 2063, which is our development blueprint for the Africa that we want. And to help us understand this interaction, I have three distinguished experts whose bios I have read out. And they'll give us an international perspective. They'll also give us perspectives from South Africa and from Kenya. So let me begin. And how I'd like us to do this is let me get them to reflect on certain questions, and then we can get some participation from the audience. And so the first question that I'd ask each of the panelists is, what are your perspectives on this debate? Do the two sets of policies complement, or do they conflict each other? Who'd like to begin? Perhaps we start with Elizabeth.
I'm here.
Good morning,
Okay.
Elizabeth.
Good morning, everyone. I am so jealous that I am not able to sit on those seats with you, but glad that I could join and that technology allows. So, Prof, how much time do I have?
Just about
for the question?
Try to, because this is your sort of introductory, there'll be more time. Just a
Yes,
brief, say 3 or so minutes, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, and greeting my panel members, Kando and Raphael. So, as we know, industrial and competition policies, they are kind of, in a general sense, aim to achieve the same goal of economic growth and development, but they differ in specific objectives, scope, and means, the way they interact with each other during policy making and enforcement. So that being said, their interaction may be complementary or in conflict to each other depending on the situation. And under our work in UNCTAD, we have done research papers on 2 occasions in 2009 and 2023, and they both confirm that there are both tensions and their complementarity of it, because when you hear about industrial policy, you think about the big industrialization debate, and every country wants to industrialize. But the way that the competition policy demands from the market players, and the way that government perceives industrial policy in terms of supporting those areas that Prof has already mentioned, there is a possibility that there will be a clash, because the goals could be the same, but the way that the legal instruments are crafted could be different, and also taking note that competition policy usually has got a law that prescribes what is supposed to be done, while in many instances, industrial policy does not have a statutory legal framework. There could be strategies, there could be decrees, there could be regulations, guidelines, but that also makes it difficult to compare and say that industrial policy is not being enforced well, or competition policy is being enforced well. But we also know that there has been changes in terms of the development of industrial policy and also competition policy, noting that the issue of champions in the 1980s to achieve strategic objectives have shifted a little bit, because there are other factors that affected the way we look at industrial policy. And also competition has developed over the years. We have many developing countries having competition laws now. And so the issue is, yes, the policies are there. They are good for the country in some instances by check and balances. But you can also know that industrial policy in 21st century has had its own its challenges or additions, which makes the whole structure think or affect the market in a different way. And now we have the emerging debates of digitization, sustainable development, and global economic downturn. There is the fitting in supply chains, digitalization, and sustainability also, and also the crisis that Professor has talked about. So what I can say is that the two policies are very important, but there is that need that we will talk after we discuss the intros, then the need for the policies to speak to each other so that then they can be able to get to know and borrow and coordinate so that then the policy doesn't break competition law, and competition law does not seem like it's not caring about those challenges, the small medium enterprises, the needs of a pandemic situation. And I stop there, Prof.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. You raised very many, I think, three critical issues that we'll explore further. This question of industrial policy not having legal frameworks, the challenges of digitization, sustainable development, and economic downturns, and the need for the policies to speak to each other. And we'll be asking ourselves, what is the role that competition authorities can play in this respect? Tando.
Greetings, colleagues. It's an absolute great privilege to be back in Nairobi in Kenya. It's been some time. I blame the pandemic, amongst other factors, for keeping us away from here. And thank you for the invitation. I mean, I think this is a topic that's kind of smack bang certainly in the academic space in terms of what's being discussed, right? So you've got competition law agencies throughout the world and in the developing world that are increasingly active and prominent in terms of shaping debates and in many ways playing policy themselves, right? So through a market inquiry, shaping the future trajectory of sectors and markets. And so it's raised this question again about this complementarity and conflict, right? I tell you that, at least from a kind of lowly researcher's perspective, I think these debates are, at least in the academic space, have been relatively unhelpful, certainly in the 2000s. And I'll hopefully try and convince you why. I think that if one focuses on what it is that various government agencies, policy, etc., seeks to achieve, right? There is this common goal, right? We're trying to drive development, improvements, gradual improvements in industrial value add, etc., within our economies, jobs, and whatnot, right? And then the question is, what are the kind of policy tools and strategies that we use to execute this, right? And of course, not all the tools will lie in any one regulator or government agency or department, right? And so you have industrial policy tools, for instance, that will be tax and this kind of thing, subsidies, thought about narrowly. And then you'll have things like the competition law or sector regulators that focus on very specific issues, right? But I think at the core of my argument is that if industrial policy's task, right, amongst other policies, is to drive growth, particularly in the manufacturing and industrial sector. So to increase the amount of firms and the contribution of firms that make widgets in a market, things, right, that get sold. Then I hope you'll agree with me that sometimes the tools to enable those firms to do so will not necessarily lie in any one policy area, right? So this is arguing for a broad conception of industrial policy strategies as opposed to just a policy document, right? So for instance, the choices we make in energy policy, right? The way we structure our fuel pricing, or the choices we make in trade and the way we manage our ports have a direct impact on the ability of those firms to grow and become competitive, to import inputs, to export outputs, etc., right? And thus grow and achieve the growth of manufacturing. We've just heard from the DG that manufacturing's contribution is declining in Kenya, and this is the case across the continent, right? And so I'm arguing for a broader conception here, and within that, one might argue that competition policy plays a very important complementary role, right? At the simplest level, I suppose you might think about it theoretically, or certainly very simplistically, is that competition policy has the tools to remove barriers to entry, particularly those of a strategic nature or artificial nature, right? So conduct by one firm relative to another, foreclosure, etc., right? These are the tools that it's capable of executing on, things that other policy areas, including industrial policy, cannot do. The flip side of the same coin is that industrial policy strategies have the very powerful capability of creating competitors. Now, to have competition, you need competitors, right? Those that study competition economics will tell you that you can bust a cartel today, but it doesn't mean there'll be competition tomorrow, right? You need someone to throw in a challenger firm, a maverick, or empower a challenger firm or maverick to go in and disrupt that market after the market's been opened up by the competition authority. And so in that way, you can think about it as very complementary, certainly, right? And maybe just to use quite a straightforward example here is to think about the recent, or certainly we've been tracking in the press around the steel cartel, right? Or even prior work by authority in fertilizer and that as well, right? Now, this is a cartel in steel, right? But if you think about the implications of steel and various derivatives of it as an input into manufacturing and production, this is actually an industrial development intervention. It will open up those markets. It will probably lead to lower prices for steel inputs, and thus making those firms that take steel as an input downstream, many of which are manufacturing firms, to be more competitive, right? This is complementarity to me.
Thank you very much, Tando. Again, you raise very important points. Huh? I like the argument that if we see industrial policy, if its task is to drive growth in manufacturing and industry, then the tools to enable this will not rely on one area. So we need to look beyond competition policy as such. Huh? And the idea that industrial policy strategies can create competitors. So the question then becomes, while competition policy opens up markets, so the question becomes, particularly in our context where there's a lot of corruption in many contexts, how do we ensure that we use our industrial policy to do precisely that and not something else? But question that I think we can explore further. Mr. Mburu.
Thank you. You had indicated that I'll give my bio, but based on where you started in 1996, I'd wish to not do that. And coming in from as a competition regulator, in this discussion, you may find that I may be more inclined to talk about the competition policy, but also it brings in very vital points in terms of, are we seeing competition regulation working in a vacuum? It can't. Will it solve all the effects and things we are trying to change in the markets? It can't. So we have to create a harmony between competition policy and any other policy that exists to start with. And I would give an example I gave during the workshop, the training, of an advert we have seen in our TVs recently, where one of the bread makers is showing how they have fully automated the whole processing line, from the time wheat lands in the factory to the time the bread checks out from the factory. So I would be taken back as a regulator to say that if I have a policy to promote bread manufacturing in Kenya, it will create jobs. Because essentially the lines that are being put in, they are not creating jobs. The jobs will be indirect. So I don't have that point to relate them directly with the jobs that are being created. If you look at the digitization that is happening, the traditional manufacturing is being distorted every day. Industries are being distorted by technology. So as much as we would want to say that I'm trying to promote manufacturing to create jobs, it might be creating actually technology elements of it, which by the end of the day, I have to import it outside Kenya. I cannot have this protectionism that I'm just trying to see this company to grow here. We are going to ACFTA, EAC, commerce. I'm growing every day. There was a discussion the other day about milk processing, and a processor from Uganda who has joined our market was clearly to indicate what are the differences that exist between Kenya and Uganda in terms of processing. And you find, if I was to rely on one policy to bring fairness to markets, to bring competition, to create jobs, then I would be lying to myself. So as a regulator also, we cannot sit back and say competition regulation, competition policy will help change everything. But we have a critical role to play in the formulation of policies, because various policies will be formulated. For instance, if we are doing something in agriculture, where does competition law come in? Where does competition regulation come in to ensure that that policy being formulated does not actually harm the probability, that does not create the probability of harming competition, bringing unfair markets, killing off innovation in that sector. So it has its place cut out in the whole conversation of economies growing. However, it cannot work on its own alone. If you're looking at the digital elements of it, every government is putting in and keying in in terms of digital elements. I saw the other day that US is trying to create some subsidy or assisting companies that are making chipsets, which could actually be considered to be part of industrial policy. But that chipset has to go to a gadget. It cannot be used alone. So do I want to control the chipset? Do I want to control the data that is there? What do I want to control essentially as a country? And where are we trying to push technology towards? So in essence, I believe there will be the role that the industrial policy will play, because competition policy on its own, by creating fair markets, on themselves, they might not allow entry alone. I would give an example of telecommunication sector. Barriers to entry are very high. So essentially, competition policy on its own might not allow for entry. So we might require elements of industrial policy to bring in entry, to bring in growth. We need such policy to spur creating Wi-Fi being available for everyone, creating digital superhighway. It's one of the key objectives of the government. So for you to achieve that, competition policy on its own might not be able to achieve the elements you want of penetration in terms of technology and its use. So you have to rely on other policies for that to happen. However, its place in ensuring that that policy do not bring anti-competitive effects in the market and still allows the small player who would like to enter, the player from outside who would like to join the market, and the competition that is happening to still continue cannot be understated.
At this particularly from your experience as a competition law regulator, seeing its limitations, that it cannot work in a vacuum, looking at it, particularly us as developing countries, that yes, we do need industrial policies, but for them to work, we need to be able to ensure that we appreciate the role of competition policies in making those other policies work as intended. And I like the example you're giving of the telecoms market, that on its own, competition policy, given the high barriers to entry, will not allow you to enter into the market. You need industrial policy to do that, but also you need to be able to discipline the industrial policy so that it does not come with anti-competitive effects. So I think we can take some 3 questions from the audience, and then we get the next round of contributions from our panelists. Remember, we're just reflecting on these questions. Do these policies complement, conflict?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Linus Meli, from Safaricom. I like the discussion, and I like the fact that we are now bringing in competition discussions home to where we can relate to and say that it is actually a driver of economic development. Because we are talking history, and today we've been told about 1996, I'm also going to take us back to the early 1900s when we went to the Japan Fair Trade Commission to try and understand their history of the economy of Japan, together with their competition law and policy history. There came a time in the 1900s when they had this discussion. So I'm happy that we are not late. We are having the discussion. And one of the key questions that they asked themselves was to consolidate or not to consolidate. And at the time, their industrial policies was that we need entities that would go outside Japan to compete. And they knew that if we have small, they had a lot of MSMEs. They knew that with an MSME, you cannot go out to compete. With a small economic downturn, this MSME will not survive. And we saw that during COVID. All the MSMEs had either had to shut down or downscale greatly, or just do something else different from what they were built to do. So they asked themselves that question, and they had a barrier. Their barrier was the Anti-Monopolies Act. At the time, it did not allow creation of entities that would be deemed to be to have a lot of, I don't want to say market power, but to have a lot of strength to be able to compete. And so they had to amend the Anti-Monopolies Act at that time so that it aligns with the industrial policies that we are going to consolidate. And so if you look at Japan today, you see very few entities, large, that are out there competing with the other entities around the world. So that's a question for us today. Consolidate or not? And I'm happy that Raphael is in the podium because that sits squarely in his desk. And I know, of course, there are some giveaways that when we consolidate, we have to look into, and one of them is choice to consumers. Of course, when we have many, the consumer has choice. Also, when we consolidate, of course, we brood an environment that is very conducive for coordinated conduct. I mean, the lesser, the easier to agree. And also, of course, the bigger risk is, likely to be creation of a monopoly or entities with monopolistic tendencies. But then, this economy, and we've seen entities that have tried to go out there to compete internationally. Those entities are not small from a Kenyan perspective, but if you compare them with entities outside Kenya, they are small. So then where do we draw the line? Where do we draw the line on whether we want to go out and create entities that will bring strong competition to the world, or provide choice to consumer within Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linus. So to consolidate or not to consolidate, a question that I think was very interesting in the context of the Kenya-United States free trade area negotiation. It still is. And you ask ourselves, what is the turnover of our biggest firm? What is it? What is the figure? Is it 10 billion? The annual turnover? Safaricom, is Safaricom our biggest firm? 240 billion or million? Billion. Mm-hmm. Can it compete with AT&T, the American? Exactly. So, I mean, how do you, if in a context such as that, how do you reach an agreement that promotes Kenya's industrialization? Food for thought. Any other question? Or yes, the lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agnes. I'm a student doing a master's degree in law from Strathmore University. So the question I have is a question I'd asked before in my sessions in class. So based on what we are discussing today about the clash between competition policy, competition law, and industrial policies. So my question is this. We notice that in the hospitality, tourism industry, but we could also put hospitality industry there. If we have a foreigner, non-Kenyan, maybe going to Nairobi National Park, will be charged higher for entry as compared to a Kenyan who seeks the same service. So I know one of the goals of competition law and policy is regulating pricing, basically fair pricing. So in this particular instance, is this a clear clash between competition law and policy regulation and industrial policies? What carries the day here? Will it be the industrial policy, which is basically maybe earning foreign exchange for the country, or will now competition law come in and try to create a harmony with industrial policy when it comes to pricing tourists, local tourists and also international tourists? I hope my question is clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. I believe it is. I will ask them. I think let's get one final comment or question at the back, and then, yeah.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Stella Musau. I work with the Competition Authority of Kenya. And the discussion that the panel is having today, I find it very interesting. And my thoughts are just looking at the history of our continent, given that we've come from a colonial background and we're trying to catch up with what we'd call the global north. And we have a lot of state-owned enterprises providing services that we'd say are more of public goods, trying to see that we catch up either in terms of infrastructure, transport, and electricity, which I believe is common both from the Kenyan experience and South Africa. And my question is, what do we see to be the place of state-owned enterprises in development, and what is the role of competition, if at all, in ensuring that there is development, there is fairness in the market? Because we see that most of the state-owned enterprises tend to be dominant. Dominant enterprises, they don't face much competition, brings about issues of consumer protection, the welfare of the people and all that. And what is the place of competition law in ensuring that there is efficiency in such markets and we can ensure sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have two questions, one from Agnes on whether there's a clash between competition policy and industrial policy in how we treat foreigners in our tourism industry. May I ask Mburu to answer that? I don't know if they do that in South Africa as well. If they charge, yes, please, Tando. And then Stella is asking, how do we deal with state-owned enterprises from this debate perspective? So briefly, and then we can continue.
Thanks.
Elizabeth, you can contribute as well if you'd like to.
The question provides the same predicament we get every day as competition regulators, where something comes in now, I have to be an expert in tourism. But how I understand the policy on that was, if you look at where we have come from, tourism was mainly seen as the foreigners coming into the country for tourism. So there was a clear agenda to try and promote local tourism and encourage the locals to go to the national parks. So you'd find by then, one of the biggest barriers was seen was the fees that was being charged by then. So to encourage the ordinary, common, you and I to go to the park, that's where there was a directive to show that to have the fees being lower as compared to the fee that would have been charged. Because the fee being charged is actually the standard fee. And if you look at the cost of maintenance of parks and everything, the government is still forced to put in money to assist in, like now, doing the roads for the parks, for the game parks, and all that. If you look at the budget that is there for under Kenya Roads Board, they create a whole section for all the roads for the parks, which essentially, if you look at a free running economy, the parks are supposed to sustain themselves. But because you find the fees that locals are paying are lower, so that you encourage them to be part of that ecotourism. So I would say that was the main purpose, and it also brings in the element of what we are saying, the intervention of certain policy to assist and also promote, because also the normal people going there helps encourage on that. I would only slightly touch on the question about consolidation or not. And from what I see is industries are changing every day. And where is Kenya going? Service industry is coming in. Look at the most the biggest population. It's the young one. It's a young generation, below 40 years. The 40 years, you're not telling them that I want to have this secure job for the next 40 years until I'm 60. They want to go out there, be a creative, do their own craft. So as much as you tell them that for these we want you to consolidate, to form a big company, we can take this out there, they don't want to be in that space. So as much as there's a case for consolidation, you also look at the biggest of population. Where do they want to be? I want to be an entrepreneur, run my own small business, but they are being forced to consolidate through platforms. Because I'm selling cakes, someone else is selling biscuits, someone else is selling flowers. We all of us meet in a platform to deliver a package to your wedding. We meet in a platform to deliver a package for your birthday. So as much as they are not consolidated, the integration through ICT is forcing a form of integration to happen between them, but still they are running independently. All of them, if today the leading provider for mobile money is not working, all of them will be crying because they don't have a payment platform to be paid by their customers. So as much as there is a case for consolidation, but it's still happening indirectly because that integration is still happening because my business is reliant on your business for us to create that customer experience and customer package.
Tando.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think this is, it's getting certainly quite interesting and hot. I mean, I'll touch very briefly on all three, but perhaps to start with Mr. Meli's question or comment. I think this is spot on, right? We like to forget, even as the Kenyan economy grows, the Nigerian economy grows, the South African economy grows, we forget that these are really small open economies, right? In many ways, if you think about it in a microeconomic sense, we're very much price takers in a global market, right? Or certainly really, really small relative to other economies. And so invariably, in fact, certainly in certain industries, right, and please mark that, you will have markets that are imperfect. And by imperfect, it means that you're probably going to have a relative degree of concentration in market power in most markets, right? So the way to think about it is that in telecoms or even in certain logistic services or whatever it might be, right? I always make this argument in South Africa that we have kind of 3 or 4 big telcos, right? Your kind of Safaricom equivalents. That is not an economy that could sustain 8 telcos of similar size. No one would make money. The investments would not take place in the first place, right? Because remember, firms are entitled to make a normal economic profit, right? And so you're always going to be dealing with oligopolistic market structures. 4 or 5 firms, especially in these types of regulated sectors. The lesson that I think we forget from the East Asian countries, and Japan I think is a brilliant example because these debates absolutely happened, is that even as they pushed industrial policy to support certain firms, even as they recognize that we will need a certain degree of concentration and thus market power amongst a few firms so as to enable them to have the scale to grow over time. There were very important aspects of discipline, right? So we say competition works because it's an external discipline where firms discipline each other in the market if they're competing. So in tourism, in markets, consumer goods, etc., right? In these industries where you have a higher degree of concentration because of their economics, so the oligopoly I'm talking about, right? Then you need to think carefully about what are the kind of various sources of competitive discipline, right? And what they did well, I think, in those countries, which is often on chapter whatever of those textbooks, is that the state said to them, yes, we will give you this support, these incentives. We will allow you to operate in relatively concentrated industries, right? But that support will be conditional on certain outcomes. So in that case, talking about manufacturing firms, they were very clear that in 5 years, if you're not globally competitive in the manufacturing of white T-shirts, right, we will withdraw our support. So we don't fund you for fun and forever, right? And once you get to 5 years, we want you to improve your technology, your R&D, your capabilities to now manufacture jackets and not just T-shirts in 10 years' time. And your support to be conditional on that. So it takes a different type of discipline. And so what happened in those markets is that even though you didn't have fully fledged competition, you had outcomes that mirrored competition. Because competition, if it works, produces exactly that. Technological advancements, R&D, firms fighting with each other to win consumers, right? And getting better and better over time, right? So I actually don't see I actually think the answer is somewhere in the middle, and I fully agree with the point that it's maybe not so much about consolidate or not. It's probably relevant to each industry, but I think that experience helps us quite a lot. On the tourism point, just a quick point, which is that it's also, you mentioned a key word in your question, which is fair market, right? Fair prices, right? And I would add to that it's actually a question also of willingness to pay, purchasing power, right? There is absolutely nothing in most markets, nothing wrong with price discrimination, right? It's acceptable, it has efficiency enhancing and welfare enhancing effects. The problem is when it's abused, right, as a practice, and that's where we come into it. So I don't think it's necessarily such a problem, perhaps. And then with SOEs, just 2 general points. I mean, I think there's nothing to learn about a success of governing SOEs from South Africa. It's a mess, right? It's been an absolute mess, right? And the lessons from our research work on this, just to oversimplify it all, is SOEs need to deliver, especially where they have positions of high concentration, where the economics of a sector require only one operator, natural monopoly or whatever, right? Do your job. Deliver electricity effectively if it's an electricity one, right? I think the other, linking back to the industrial policy, is buy, buy, buy. So procurement and the levers that they hold to buy from the local economy are absolutely critical, right? From tissue to inputs into electricity generation. Buy, 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 and then I'd only say pay, 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 right? Which is that you pay SMEs on time, you pay suppliers on time as a custodian of that flow of taxpayer money back into the economy, right? Unfortunately, the biggest abusers of market power in South Africa, certainly the big abuse cases, have been SOEs. So we haven't quite solved that. I have no answer.
All right. Prof, can I go?
Yes, Elizabeth.
Yeah, I like the Japan 1900s case also. I went to Japan in 1998, and I was there for a month with other people from elsewhere on an anti-monopoly course in Japan. And one of the things that I picked from that course was on the ground, there are SMEs that are not able to do that digital space, and as SME policy, what is happening on the ground in terms of government policy to make sure that they don't stay very small, and they can grow and graduate. And that in many competition laws, they don't go after the SMEs in terms of enforcement of competition law. So there's a lot of policy interplay that is supposed to happen, and a lot of advocacy for those who are not digitally TikTok to be able to flag in and develop and graduate and get into a space where they can even say we consolidate, or agree to consolidate. In tourism and other issues that we talk about, whether we are discriminating, I live out here, and I know very well that, especially in Switzerland, we we were paying higher insurance premiums than the locals, and they have got many other benefits. Why? Because this is their country, and they want to serve their own. So I would say when we talk about price discrimination, that it is supposed to be defined whether it is a positive, a negative thing, but the sovereignty of any government is to grow their people. And those of us who come from outside, I'm telling you, even housing, their housing prices, you rent a house, the other person is paying half. And we have to swallow it hard, but that is the way it is for government royalty to their citizens. And yeah, so let me stop there. Yeah, what we call the parastatals, they are government bodies and their services that even in Switzerland, the whole transport system. In fact, I don't think there is any private transport system in Switzerland except Uber, and they still fight with it. So when the government provides those services, then it's government, and there is that sovereignty thing and feeling, and what can be given out into the market, and also how much can competition fit into some of those services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, Tando, and Buru. Let me shift the conversation a bit. Let's talk about Africa. So, as you know, there is this, I would call it an industrial policy, the BIAT. It is boosting intra-African trade, which is part of what the African Union is trying to do in terms of the future of industrialization in Africa. So it seems to me that we'll need strong industrial policies if we are to achieve the lofty goals of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is what, you know, in African trade policy circles, that is all we talk about now, the FCFTA. Yeah? And of course, Agenda 2063. We've been talking about Agenda 2063 since its inception in 2013. So in your view, and I'm asking the three of you, and from your experience, how do we use competition policy to ensure that we deploy our industrial policies in a way that promotes Africa's development? And I'd like for you to reflect on these, both from a national perspective, and here we are talking about South Africa and Kenya, and also at the continental level. And we want to see complementarities between what we are doing at the national, at the regional, at the continental level as well. I hope the question has some clarity. Perhaps we start again with Tando.
Sure, thanks, Prof. I mean, you're absolutely right. This is really all that we think and talk about now. And I think it's very important. And I suspect Elizabeth is probably best positioned to also speak on these, having worked on the Africa Protocol. So I'll say very little. A few points here. So we spend a lot of time at the research center, CRED, trying to understand and assess where the regional markets work, right? So even as we observe the legal developments in terms of the negotiations around the AFCFTA and specific protocols of that, etc., right? Our lens has been that once we get the document right and the priorities and all the countries shake hands and it's play, we press play and say, let's go, right? You're still going to need a plurality of firms operating in different countries, right, with the capabilities and skills to produce goods that they can trade across the border, right? So the regional trade, the inter-Africa trade we're looking for is going to require firms to send goods across borders and to be able to send them further with a relatively limited friction, right? Our understanding of this to date, and this is through a project we're running called the Africa Market Observatory, is that presently the markets are not working, certainly in Southern and East Africa, especially for goods that need to get onto a truck and move to another country, right? We still have serious issues around, and I don't even want to talk about infrastructure, this is a given, but serious issues around significant market power at the trader level, right? Where people make choices in boardrooms about where goods are sent, but also where goods are not sent, right? You have serious issues as well around the regulation of borders and the free flow of goods through borders, et cetera, right? So the mechanisms of trade. And what we're seeing is that you potentially also have, and this is where the competition policy link comes, is that our hunch, this is now wearing the researcher hat, right, is that you may well have quite a bit of intra-regional coordination or collusion between firms running, right? It's particularly in important food markets, right? Even the steel issue, right? These are firms that operate across borders, not just in Kenya, right? So firms regionalized already. We're busy designing a protocol. They've been operating across the region, right? But there are choices made, and we're seeing some evidence of this to some extent from our research, where we might decide that, Rafael, you keep the Tanzania market, right? And maybe not to use that example, right? Tando, you trade in the Kenya market. Let's not bother each other at the border. Don't sell into my market, I don't sell into yours, right? And so you can observe then that in that environment, with an understanding, right, of regional cartel, you can sign all the protocols you want, right? There's not going to be regional trade, right? So this is where I think competition policy can play an important role, and our regional bodies can really contribute here quite a bit. Maybe just to make one quick point from South Africa. I think that South Africa has not been good at integrating in the region. I actually think East Africa is doing this much better, right? Including developments around joint infrastructure and that as well. And I think all of those kind of building blocks, the scaffolding of regional trade, are things we still need to push, right? So it's not all going to depend on the agreement, the FCFTA, right? It's going to depend on infrastructure, frictionless or relatively smooth borders and those types of things. So the basics as well are still going to matter. I'll come back if there's further questions on this. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Tando. Elizabeth?
Wow, yeah. In our debate on around the protocol, there is always the issue of everything starts by what is happening at the national level. And as Tando said, even when you go to regional, because the complex of the AFCFTA is that there's a three-tier system. You come from national, you have to deal with the regional, and then you get to continental. And so the genesis, the background, the impetus of how successful the competition enforcement and even all the other policies at the AFCFTA level, it will depend on what is happening on the ground in the countries. And as Tando says, the interactions that were there before. I remember 3 years ago, we were doing, I was involved in the drafting of the, what they call the area report, or the regional integration report of the UN ECA. And in one of the introductory, I was doing the competition chapter, but in the introductory part, we were discussing now the draft report. There was a classification of four countries in Africa, that is Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Egypt, and they are being called hegemons. And I said, where did you get this term? And I'm feeling the pain because you're talking about my country being a hegemon. And they were saying that these are the countries that control the continent in terms of trade and in terms of many things. And so we agreed that we're not going to have that name in the report because you're always almost already character assassinating some countries. But the truth of the matter is the dichotomy of the African countries in terms of how they trade, the economic situation and all that is very, very diverse. And so when we are talking about how we are going to break these barriers that Tando is talking about, we have to think about the possibilities of those alignments that can kind of like have the small countries not actually benefiting from what is happening, and that is something that is very scary, because we could form a mini Europe within Africa, when then we have the other Africa LDCs remaining behind. So yes, the protocols have all been passed. The competition protocol is on the books now from February 2023. But also, even looking at the protocol itself, there are issues that are not covered. Like, yes, we can have the best protocols, but if you look at the competition protocol, it does not cover the issues like sustainability. We participated in a paper UNECA was doing on greening the AFCFTA competition protocol. So those things are not there. They are not prescribed in digitalization is not there. And also sustainability or the environmental aspect. But it's not all lost. They can still do, they still are crowds to say you can do regulations and include those things. Then there's also the e-commerce aspect. But there's a lot of work to be done, even to be able to crack the policies emanating from what is happening, let's, for example, in Kenya today, and letting having Kenya to let go that which it holds dear and share it with South Sudan, for example. So it is a journey that is supposed to come, and there's supposed to be a lot of discussions at policy level, not actually at technical level, at policy level, to deal with those sovereignties, spiral kind of feeling. A lot of advocacy that is supposed to be done by all concerned parties at national level, at the REX level, and to create synergies and to maximize, to minimize the tensions that may arise in competition enforcement, and in a bid to do the BTR, the BITs that the professor is talking about. And actually, the coordination of the protocols themselves that touch on trade in general, that are in alignment with competition, investment, intellectual property, and e-commerce and competition, they are paramount to the success of their implementation if there is coordination. And this has to happen going upwards from national level. And also, even at the REX level, there's supposed to be exchange of such instruments, understanding how each entity is progressing in these new areas. And of course, at national level, there's even more policies, trade policy itself, the barriers to borders and all those that are trade-related policies. There has to be a lot of alignment. There has to be a lot of goodwill, and there has to be like stretching the string at national level, especially if we have to break into this market. And also watch what Tado said. There could be even be a chance to look at, okay, we have the MTMs and we have the Safaricom's of the day. And yes, what can be done at the protocol level, at the continental level, to make sure, even at the regional level, that those kind of big ones are not going to come together and divide the continental market into small sections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Mburu?
My perspective would be, I think we are very much stuck still at the policy formulation level, and the markets are not waiting for us. Because that's the challenge we are facing. That I look back at when the mobile payment regulations came into force in Kenya. Already millions of people were subscribers to that. So the regulator was playing catch up to it. Right now we are trying to play catch up to trade that has already picked in about cross borders. to form regulations. In the next 5 years, by the time we are agreeing on those regulations, we already have moved on faster than wherever we are trying to regulate again. So it's high time we see how quickly can we intervene within our means. That, for instance, right now, our biggest challenge in Africa is movement. As much as we want to say that we want to move our companies, our entities to grow, there is a clear barrier on movement of both people and goods. It's very much easy for me to buy something from Amazon in UK, buy something from China, it lands here, than the way I can buy something from Nigeria to be here in Kenya. First of all, I don't even trust the market to buy something there. And yet, we are discussing now the documents that are supposed to regulate that trade. And yet, there's nothing that was discussed between Kenya and UK for me to be buying something from Amazon. So those are the hard questions we should be asking ourselves as we are looking at the competition policy, as we are trying to push our industries to grow their goods. They will need markets. But I don't need to start, first of all, thinking of protecting them and saying that this is a Kenyan product, I need you to increase before you take your goods to Uganda. Even here locally, a lorry moving vegetables from one county to the other is facing levies. And yet we are saying we want to move these cabbages all the way to Somalia. Then it's practically impossible. So I think we need to look at which are the clear quick wins that we can take first. Rather than us focusing so much on the document being comprehensive, taking in everything. The document is a good guide to have the conversation. But what are the quick wins we can use within our own regulations? Like, I would give an example. I have seen how business, because a good thing with being in mergers, you see how companies are thinking every day. Companies are moving away from buying each other. From the effect of COVID, they are seeing how can we come together and share certain resource and then quickly go to market. Because if I try to have this line up and running, it will take me 2 years. But if we come together, put our resources, this input that we have been importing from China, we can actually make it here locally. So we could have enough inputs that can sustain us for the rest of the year. So with that, as competition regulators, do we come in and then now say, no, and as the law it is, you must seek an exemption for this. This is a full merger, you must file for it. That takes you another 60 days, whichever time they were trying to cut. So what are we doing within our regulation to say, quickly, within this time, this joint venture can be running? Because all your inputs are going to the parent companies, they're not going to anybody else. But once you have access to market, we can now come in and start saying, now the joint venture is a proper baby that is running on its own. So we need to look at the fundamentals of how we quickly adopt within whatever is there as we are having the other conversation globally. And also as we are looking at, as regulators, with the multinationals that are already here with us. We are very happy to welcome them, but then we want to create regulation to create a whole barrier on how this trade is conducted. We don't want them to compete with whatever is there. So if at all, for instance, I don't want to compete with a company from Uganda when it comes here, then why would I sit for a whole week and say we are discussing a protocol on how our companies will open up the markets? It will never happen. So we have to also to be very honest with ourselves that when we are opening up our borders, when we are opening up our markets, it's for also our goods to be able to move out there. It's not for the other goods to come in. There will be bigger companies out there that are coming in. But are we checking on the other issues that are critical for companies and for our consumers? The safety of goods, our consumer protection. That when you're bringing in goods, you're bringing standard goods into the economy. That you're not importing to bring in goods and then ship them out to the other country. So it has to be a whole ecosystem, but look at the first, which are the quick wins we can take through whatever is existing, but the conversation is going on because it's not waiting for us to converse and actually agree how we shall run it.
Thank you very much. Now we only have about 7 minutes and it seems we are just getting started. So anybody that feels strongly about an issue that can speak for a minute, and then we get the audience, I mean the panelists to conclude. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Priscilla Njako. I work for the Competition Authority of Kenya. Professor Tando, you spoke of mavericks in markets, and I want to be a maverick here. We are here discussing the issues of sustainability. Let me just read very clearly. Advancing sustainable consumption and production. And my question is, or rather my comment is, and maybe Elizabeth can chip in on this, given her long years in this space of competition law. My question is this: should we even be addressing issues of sustainability under competition law as a matter for competition law to even think of going into? And that's why I said I want to be a maverick here. As it is, our competition laws across the continent are still settling. They are settling in with issues of questions of should public interest considerations be part of the law at all. That is a settling issue. When you look at the AFCFTA protocol, it has another new anti-competitive conduct area. So then the question begs, how much can competition law and competition policy do? Shouldn't we be leaving these matters to regulators that are equipped to look into sustainable production, etc., while we focus on competitiveness of markets? Again, mine entirely intended to be a sort of a spanner in the works. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. I think we leave it there because we have just about 4 minutes. But let me get the panelists to share their, as they respond also, to share their final thoughts. But just to give you what I'm seeing in general, it seems to me that industrial policy will always be with us. It is necessary if you're talking about development, particularly in our economies. But it also seems to me that industrial policy can be abused. Fortunately, I think that competition law can do something about it. And I like what Tando was saying about conditionalities, because that is how you then get to discipline industrial policies, to be able to say that, look, well, we want to be able to support our industries to be competitive, for example, internationally, or to address important considerations such as the question of sustainability, which again I think is fundamentally important and can be abused, because you can get certain actors obtaining certain market advantages. So how do you deal with it? You deal with it through conditionalities, and you deal with it through competition regulation. And then it seems to me that the competition authorities then have their job cut out for them. Particularly if you're talking about competition advocacy, it can't just be about enforcing the law. It's about being proactive. It's about participating in the formulation of these policies, whether you're looking at it at the national level, at the regional level, and at the international level. Because that is also how we get to discipline the contradictions that we see in industrial policy, particularly at the national context. What Mburu was talking about, saying that how do we reconcile the needs of Ugandan manufacturers, for example, and Kenyan manufacturers, when, for example, Kenyan policy is trying to ensure that Ugandan products do not get here. But let me hear the thoughts of our panelists. And I'll start with Mburu this time. Please, we just have about 2.5 minutes, so let's keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. For me, I feel like there's clear need to, as much as we look at how competition policy interacts with industrial policy, there's also need to rethink how is the competition policy itself being implemented. Because it cannot be implemented in the vacuum of just having, there's a cartel, there is a merger. Because it's moving beyond that. The traditional way has been there's a merger, we are setting thresholds, we are defining markets. Markets are becoming cross-border. Markets are now becoming non-price markets. So even the old economics that we could have used to easily say this is a market, we might not have that market anymore. The thresholds we used to calculate, we have companies that do not have any assets, they just have IP, intellectual property that they have. So we need to rethink even the competition policy itself. When you're looking at dominance, are we looking at where companies now are getting strategic market positions? They are no longer becoming dominant in the economy, but they have key facilities that can make them have a certain position in the market. And also how we collect evidence. Because one critical component of us being able to inform, even any other policy, us being able to advise, is that, are we doing proper market research? Do we have the right data to advise? And in doing this, even in our own cases, for instance, if you are doing a cartel case, the evidence is no longer available in hard copy. It's in the cloud. It is in Mauritius. The other day, at least, one of our IT guys told me that there's no cloud actually. They are just servers somewhere. So now, will competition agencies be able to access those servers in the sea somewhere and get the information that they require? Look at the data protection laws that are coming in. So in the first instance, that the competition law itself, policy, needs to reinvent itself before you can say you can advise the other policies, because you need to be at the point where you are well informed through information that you have, how you're implementing the competition policy, for you now to give advice that is based on proper data, and actually the other areas of the industry can be able to say that, look, we really need to create regulations. When you're creating a CFTA, this is a position of competition in a CFTA. Our biggest issues are in people movement, are in airlines. Our biggest issue right now are not in mergers. Are we able to make that decision and be true to ourselves, rather than just saying that we want to make this a CFTA now, we have merger regulation, we have consumer protection, this is a model of a competition agency. It's just, we are doing 1900 now, rather than doing 2050.
Thank you. Tando?
Thanks, Prof. I fully agree with
Could
Raphael on this.
the timekeeper just indulge with us for indulges for 2 or so minutes? We are winding up. I think the panel has been very disciplined, wouldn't you say?
Sure, we're fighting technology here now. I'll make a couple of quick points here on this. I mean, I think I fully agree with Raphael on this. There's what competition agencies do really well is information revelation and understanding markets at a microeconomic level really, really well, right? So policies are really big, but activity, investment, competition, dynamism, or lack of it happens in markets. And so they have a very important advocacy role to play, even in just feeding information into the system, publishing market studies, etc., so that we understand the economies that we're trying to manage and develop better. So I think this should be kind of plain vanilla, right? Dr. Jaco, I think your question is fascinating, because actually I think that there's 2 levels of the answer. One is that authorities need to be doing competition law proper, the basics that is, as they always have been doing it and doing it well. So enforcing better, progressively, more bravely, more boldly, cartels, etc., whatever it might be, right? So we do what we do, right? But that's not unrelated to the sustainability questions and the global challenges, right? Because at one level, ensuring that markets aren't locking out mavericks or challenger firms, right? That one extra firm in telecoms, that one extra firm in agro-processing that will shake the thing up, right? By removing foreclosure barriers and kind of barriers to entry, strategic barriers to entry, right? It's often the mavericks we're finding that bring the new technology. They bring more technology efficient production processes, right? This happened with Dangote Cement entering in the continent. They were 2/3 more efficient on energy than any of the guys, Lafarge and Holcim, that had been around in that arrangement for years, right? So us opening the door for entrants to come in is still part of the contribution broadly to more sustainable production processes. So SMEs, particularly the medium-sized firms that have that scope to be innovative, a bit more capital than others to start to challenge the incumbents, are really important. And then maybe just lastly, from a food policy side, and we do a lot of work on this, on the regional food market in Southern and East Africa, we cannot afford to, so I think competition law plays an important role in dealing with the types of arrangements I was talking about earlier, managing issues of concentration, because if I think about where we sit in Southern Africa, right, we are going to have serious drought really soon, right? And actually, you might have very good rains in central Southern Africa, so Zambia, and particularly linking now to the Mbeya region of Tanzania, et cetera, right? Where we're going to need food from there. Right? So protectionism is not going to work, right? You need to be able to, sitting in South Africa, buy food from there and have it arrive in South Africa, right? Otherwise, you're not going to address, or Southern Africa, otherwise you're going to have serious food security problems. I think competition law's tools can provide a very useful way of engaging with barriers that might limit that. Some are trade, and some are market conduct by firms, right? And opening up the regional market. It's the only way you might actually secure food security if the climate change effects actually really hit us hard. So it's actually quite interlinked in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Tando. And last but not least, Elizabeth.
Okay, Prof. sustainability debate. Priscilla talked about sustainable consumption and production, and this subject fits well on our mandate on consumer protection because you can see it, you can perceive it, you can relate it. But the debate that is going on right now on competition is this stage where there's debates everywhere about sustainability, and the fact that pushing it to where consumers may perceive sustainability as a quality parameter of a product, and firms then can innovate, can compete to produce more sustainable products through what they call the disruptive innovation. Consumers will be in turn enjoy more choices. But it is a thin line because even as competition law policy can play a key role to support the sustainability initiatives, the debate is going in terms of there are those who are saying that we think there is need to reform or to add the competition laws in able to add some sustainability perspectives. And they are doing that, and countries, small countries like Austria have gone that way. We have those who are called the retainers, those who say the competition law is okay as it is. If sustainability issues come in and we think that they're important, we can sort them out the way the laws are. And then there are reflectors, those who are just on the fence thinking, and people pulling our heads and strings so much. So this debate is rife, Priscilla. It is being discussed, and there are competition authorities who have even recorded cases that they applied sustainability issues. In Africa is still new. It is still being discussed, if ever. Not many laws even mention the word sustainability, except South Africa, and not very clearly what is supposed to happen. So the debate will grow. So it is good to mention it. It is good to say that we are thinking about it. And as I've told you, already has a publication that is supposed to be published soon on greening the protocol of competition under the AFCFTA, saying what can be done at that level to protect this continent, not continent, this world that we live in, which we have destroyed as the people, and we are actually now suffering. And so, yeah, the debate is going on, and competition is coming in as a key discussion in this regard. And of course, we have talked about industry policies and competition, and the takeaway for me is we cannot look at it as face value. There's a lot of things happening, even in the continent, which we need to look at critically to think about how we are shaping our BIT effects, because then it is not just about competition and industry policy, but this amalgamation of all these policies and mindsets and alignments must be examined for us to get where we want to go as a continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I think you'll agree with me that the prayer we said at the beginning has been answered. Eh? I think this has been a very good use of our time. Wouldn't you agree? So please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much, Ninette. I think we've tried to keep within time.
You have. Well done. So we'll have a photo of the three of you. Elizabeth, you'll probably miss out. We'll Photoshop you.
I'll raise my hand.
So we'll have a photo. Thank you very much, panelists and moderator. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Tea is served outside, then we'll come back for the second session at 11:30. Karibuni.
.ke. The authority can also be contacted via our number +254 20 277 9000. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. The Competition Authority of Kenya now offers an easier and legal way to address disputes where (4) Obtain a benefit for the public which outweighs the lessening of competition that the practice occasions. Further, the authority may, upon application, grant an exemption in relation to any agreement or practices concerning the exercise of intellectual property rights and professional association agreements as provided for under Sections 28 and 29 of the Competition Act, respectively. If as a business you believe that particular collaborations or agreements will result in greater public good when compared to the negative impact on competition, you can make an exemption application through our e-filing portal. Start by creating an account on the portal. Click on Register and enter the respective details as directed by the platform. Once registered, log on to the system and click on the menu button, followed by Exemption Application on the selection panel. The form has instructions on what should be filled based on the nature of the information needed. You should read these instructions before proceeding to apply for an exemption. Ensure all fields in the exemption application form are populated, that is, none should be left blank. Also, ensure that the information and attachments intended to be submitted to the authority is verified and is in order. Download the Declaration Schedule Exemption Application Form provided as a hyperlink on the exemption application form, fill it, and upload it in PDF format. Any other relevant attachments, including but not limited to agreement subject to the exemption application and the confidentiality claim form, should be attached once they have been filled in. After verifying that all required fields have been filled and all attachments are in order, click Submit. Upon submission, the portal will auto-generate a response confirming receipt of the application by the authority. The portal and click Save. The portal will auto-generate a special filing number, which will be promptly sent to the email address you provided when registering. This unique number will be used for any subsequent filing regarding the proposed merger. Once all parties to the merger or acquisition have the filing number, you are ready to fill in the merger notification form. To open the merger notification form, click on the plus sign under the merger party filings. The instructions in the form will enable you ascertain the nature of the transaction being filed. The merger notification form has 4 We have also provided an allocation for you to attach documentary information relevant to the complaint. You may upload as many documents as you wish. Ensure that you have reviewed all the documents for accuracy and that they are all in PDF format. Once satisfied that you have provided all the information, you can click the Submit button. Upon submission, the portal auto-generates a response confirming receipt of the application by the authority. The portal also enables you to track the progress of your complaint from the homepage. Top tip from your man Billy. The authority has in place an informant reward scheme which offers financial rewards to persons who furnish the authority with credible information, resulting in penalization of firms engaging in anti-competitive conduct. Prospective informants can contact the authority by emailing informant@cak.go.ke. For more information regarding restrictive trade practices and the informant reward scheme, kindly visit our website www.cak.go.ke. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Picture a scenario with two business entities, one which buys and sells goods to final consumers and the other, the supplier of the goods. The situation could also involve buying and selling of a service. In some instances, the buyer may have such a significantly superior bargaining position that they are able to control the nature of the commercial relationship between the two. Having buyer power or a superior bargaining position is not an offense. However, abusing that power by engaging in practices such as delaying payments, unilateral termination, or threats of termination of contract without notice, refusing to receive goods despite having ordered them, and transfer of costs and risks to suppliers is prohibited by the Competition Act. So, if you're a supplier facing abuse of buyer power, or a concerned citizen who is aware of such practices in the Kenyan economy, there is a way out. You can now conveniently and efficiently lodge an abuse of buyer power complaint or submit information on abuse of buyer power for investigation by the authority. The service is offered free of charge. To start the process, simply log into our e-filing portal, click Register, and provide your credentials. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint and select the Abuse of Buyer Power option from the drop-down menu. You will then be required to provide the name of the accused party and the nature of your complaint and the complaint's details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on the Browse tab and choosing the relevant supporting documents. Before clicking Submit, ensure that the information and attachments are verified and in order. Be careful to only upload the attachments in PDF or JPEG formats. Upon submission, the portal will auto-generate a response confirming that the authority is in receipt of your complaint. You can track the progress of your complaints from the portal's homepage under My Cases. Remember, parties found culpable of infringing the competition law may, following a criminal prosecution, be imprisoned for a term not exceeding 5 years, a maximum fine of 10 million Kenya shillings, or both. The authority may also administratively impose a penalty of up to 10% of the undertaking's preceding year's turnover. Another top tip from your man Billy. As a buyer or seller, always insist on signing and retaining written agreements and contracts which clearly outline the terms of trade. To learn more about the authority's mandate of sanctioning abuse of buyer power, kindly visit our website www.cak.go.ke. If you require further clarification, you can also seek an advisory opinion from the authority. We offer this service free of charge. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Hi, my name is Billy and I'm here to talk to you about the Competition Authority of Kenya, CAK. The Competition Authority of Kenya is a statutory agency established under the Competition Act No. 12 of 2010. The authority's mandate is to enforce the Competition Act with the objective of enhancing the welfare of Kenyans by promoting and regulating effective competition in markets and preventing misleading market conduct. Our core mandate is to control mergers and acquisitions, protect consumers from unfair and misleading market conduct, and sanction anti-competitive practices and abuse of buyer power. Additionally, the authority advises the government on matters relating to competition and consumer welfare. In order to enhance its efficiency, and in line with the government's agenda of increasing the use of digital platforms in service delivery, the authority on September 1st, 2020, ceased receiving physical applications relating to its technical processes. All applications must be lodged through the authority's e-filing portal, which is accessible via the link that is on your screen now. To enable our stakeholders efficiently use the e-filing portal, the authority has developed and uploaded user manuals, which can be accessed on our website www.cak.go.ke. Alternatively, you can access the tutorials on our YouTube page by searching for Competition Authority of Kenya on the platform. Any stakeholder facing challenges accessing or operating the e-filing portal can channel their feedback to the authority through the dedicated email efiling@cak.go.ke. The authority can also be contacted via our number +254 20 277 9000. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. Competition Authority of Kenya now offers an easier and legal way to address disputes where your rights as a consumer have been infringed by a supplier of goods or services. Our complaints handling mechanism doesn't involve long queues, shouting matches, or
grabs. Who can name the goal that sustainability falls on? SDG? Number 12. That was quite easy. So your prize is an extra ticket for lunch. So you can eat 2 servings on our bill. But that is accurate. So the next panel discussion is on the role of competition and consumer protection policy in advancing sustainable consumption and production. The role of competition and consumer protection policy in advancing sustainable consumption and production. And as Wilson Makore, my colleague, has mentioned, sustainable consumption sits under goal number 12. And to lead us through this discussion is Ninette Mwarania. Ninette Mwarania, for those who don't know, is a manager policy planning and research at CAK. She's in charge of things like market inquiries, studies, normal research. She also assists in doing impact assessments to go back to the field and check how our decisions at CAK affected the competition, affected consumers. So welcome to the stage, Ninette Mwarania. And Ninette will be joined virtually by Teresa Moreira from Switzerland. She will introduce her panel members individually. I'll just read out their names. Also from Switzerland is Helena Laurent. Then from Nairobi is Dr. John Mutua and Dr. Adano Wario. So you can take the stage, Daktari, or Daktari squared, you can take the stage. And Ninette, I think, free sitting, Ninette will introduce her panel members in detail.
Thank you, Mugambi. Doctors Squared, karibuni sana. So as earlier mentioned, the session is on sustainability and how consumer protection and competition policies play together. So just a brief background on that is that sustainability is fast becoming a priority policy objective for policymakers worldwide. And markets are now increasingly being expected to deliver sustainable results. So competition and consumer protection policies are conducive to improving the efficiencies and fairness of markets and are therefore well placed to serve this public goal of sustainability. Moreover, they can have a positive impact on sustainability concerning socioeconomic and environmental aspects. So during this discussion, the discussants will share ideas or will exchange ideas on how sustainable consumption and production should be promoted through the implementation of competition and consumer protection policies. So to take us through this session, we have 4 panelists, as earlier mentioned. 2 are online and 2 are here with us. I'll start off by introducing the keynote speaker, Teresa Moreira. Ms. Moreira is the head of competition and consumer policies branch at the UNCTAD since 2016, and she previously served as consumer director general of Portugal competition policy. She also served as the Portugal's Director General and Deputy Director General for International Economic Relations. Dr. Adana Wario-Roba is the current Acting Director General of the Competition Authority of Kenya, and he's responsible for developing effective strategies for economic analysis and policy research at the authority. He has conducted extensive applied research covering broad areas of interest over the last 15 years. Dr. John Mutua is the Director Economic Regulation at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, commonly known as EPRA. He's responsible for overseeing functions such as energy pricing, planning and competition, and policy analysis, as well as corporate strategy and performance. Dr. Mutua has an experience spanning 19 years in the energy sector. Our last but not least panelist is Helen Lauren, the Director General of Consumers International. Before joining Consumers International, Helena worked for the World Economic Forum, developing global partnerships and programs with government, business, civil society, and academia on various sectors, including manufacturing, sustainable agriculture, and humanitarian assistance. I want to now officially welcome all the panelists. And to start us off, we'll allow Ms. Moreira to talk about sustainable consumption and production as seen through the eyes of UNCTAD. Ms. Moreira, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And allow me just to thank Dr. Adana Roba as the Director General of the Kenya Competition Authority for this kind invitation, and of course, Ninette and all the CAK team. You know that Kenya has a very special role in UNCTAD's work because it was the first country to be peer-reviewed a while back in the field of competition law and policy, and we are very happy to always contribute to your very interesting initiatives. I would like to share my screen just to support a bit what I am going to say. I hope you are able to see this now. So let me start. The United Nations, as you know, is leading efforts to foster sustainable development. Member states adopted the Agenda 2030 with its 17 Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. Governments and businesses across the globe are called to strengthen their commitment to achieve the SDGs, which include ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns, the SDG 12, as it was mentioned already by in the introduction. Competition and consumer protection law and policies play a key role in supporting sustainability initiatives as they address market failures and help provide a level playing field in which businesses and consumers can make the best choices. Businesses are driven to innovate production, distribution, and sales processes to attain sustainability advantages if they result in greater profitability. For sustainable choices to be preferred by consumers, clear and accurate information must be transmitted to them and understood. In the field of consumer protection, the link with sustainability has been explicit since the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development held in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, in 1992. As a result, the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection, adopted in 1985, were expanded in 1990 to include the issue of sustainable consumption, again underlined by the last revision of 2015. UNCTAD's latest ministerial conference, its 15th one, held in 2021, adopted as an outcome the Bridgetown Covenant, which identifies climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation as major global challenges. The current situation presents a significant concern regarding how to ensure an increase in prosperity without unsustainable production and consumption patterns. As the world has prospered over the last decades, yearly emissions of greenhouse gases have increased dramatically, with the negative impacts hitting particularly the most vulnerable and the poorest segments of the population from developing countries. To ensure that prosperity for all is achieved and is sustainable, greater emphasis must be placed on decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation, including biodiversity loss, in line with relevant conventions and international agreements. We also must move from the notion of consumers as passive receivers of goods and services towards that of a consumer that is an actor of change. As a result of the pandemic, issues such as the use of non-reusable plastic or even the sustainability of food parcels being delivered in plastic has raised consumers' awareness of the common and shared responsibility to transit to a greener economy across the world. Young consumers are most likely to choose brands for their ethical values and cut down on their meat and animal product consumptions. Furthermore, respondents to a recent survey conducted by UNCTAD on the implications of the pandemic for trade in biodiversity-based products witness market increases in the demand for products that are perceived as being ethical and or sustainable since the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. A recent study shows, however, that across the demographic board, the biggest obstacle to adopting more sustainably based consumer behaviors is quite simply apathy. Informed consumers do play an essential role in promoting consumption that is environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable, including through the effects of their choices on producers. And business should also do their part. UNCTAD's Bridgetown Covenant calls for a transformation towards a more sustainable and resilient economy, which requires strong political will, as well as coordination and actions, including the full participation of all relevant actors at all levels. To remain relevant and operational, brands and companies need to pay serious attention to respecting biodiversity and people. In principle, competition law and policy align with sustainability. Competition law and policy do promote innovation for sustainability and encourage consumers to make the best choices. However, there are some cases where businesses increasingly taking responsibility for developing a more sustainable economy may need coordinated action with their competitors to reach sustainable goals. In this context, a potential conflict between sustainable development and protection of competition may arise. Competition authorities are providing guidelines or statements and amending their competition laws to clarify what is permissible under competition regulations. Those initiatives aim to strike a balance between encouraging sustainability initiatives and ensuring market competition. They can draw a line between acceptable and unacceptable business practices and provide legal certainty for businesses to promote their activities towards sustainability. There are a lot of initiatives, I should say, mostly from OECD member states, and between these even from European member states. And there have been already some case decisions by competition authorities on agreements between competitors where sustainability consideration was involved. The examples are the Netherlands joint agreement on soft drink suppliers from 2022, the Germany banana case also from 2022, animal welfare, and cocoa, both from the last 2 years. I borrowed from a good friend and partner of ours that most of you will be familiar with, David Anderson. He's a practitioner that has been working very closely with UNCTAD in the strengthening of capacities throughout developing countries, namely in the African continent. And he has gathered and updated this very interesting world view of where we are regarding the initiatives and actions and decisions by competition authorities in what concerns promoting sustainability. You will see that in Brazil, there have been some studies and attempts to follow up this topic, and also that South Africa can use the public interest clause to frame this type of initiatives. But so far, this has mostly been an issue that has been addressed by the developed countries' competition authorities. What we conclude is that there is a need for concrete and clear guidance by competition authorities on what is admissible, and this can be complemented by collaboration between competition authorities and other governmental bodies, and exchange, of course, of best practices between competition authorities from different jurisdictions. Another central question that I would like to mention is how to empower consumers so that they can contribute to sustainable consumption through their choices. The United Nations Guidelines on Consumer Protection provide concrete and actionable advice for governments across the world, recognizing the promotion of sustainable consumption as a fundamental part of consumer policy and a priority for all government actions, developing and implementing in partnership with business and relevant organizations of civil society strategies, regulations, economic and social instruments, sectoral policies in areas such as land use, transport, energy and housing, launching information programs to raise awareness of the impact of consumer patterns, removing subsidies that promote unsustainable patterns of consumption and production, and promoting sector-specific best practices in environmental management. UNCTAD has recognized the importance of this issue in a number of occasions. We held last year an ad hoc expert meeting on competition, consumer protection, and sustainability, which led to a report that I just showed on competition and consumer protection policies for sustainability, which explored the interplay between competition law and sustainability and illustrated initiatives undertaken by competition authorities, apart from covering also the consumer protection angle. And we held sessions earlier this year in the United Nations Trade Forum in May 2023, and again in the latest Intergovernmental Group of Experts meeting held in Geneva in July 2023. In conclusion, it is urgent to ensure policy coordination among relevant public bodies, including competition authorities, consumer protection agencies, and environmental and social issues public bodies regarding guiding business to promote sustainable consumption to the design, production, and distribution of goods and services. This should also include their commitment to providing consumers with accurate information, namely using voluntary sustainability standards, and encouraging and facilitating sustainable consumption patterns that include recycling, adopting environmental health and safety standards, conducting impartial environmental testing of products, and ensuring the safe management of environmentally hazardous products. At the same time, we realize that further discussion is needed to reach a clear international consensus on the role of competition law and policy towards sustainability. In this context and in the consumer protection field, UNCTAD, we hope, can play a significant role as a global forum to facilitate information and knowledge exchange and dialogues. I conclude with highlights of the importance of international cooperation, as you can expect from a UN body. And I would like to call upon all of us to rise to the challenge of empowering consumers for sustainable consumption and strongly engage businesses to invest and innovate in sustainable patterns of production for further sustainable products so that we can jointly fully achieve SDG 12 by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moreira. That was a very informative presentation. Now, I'd like to pick on the panelists to react to it, but I'll first ask the question. Ms. Moreira has brought out the need for urgent action from all of us in the various ways in the various areas where we operate. I'll start with Dr. Adano. Do we even need to concern ourselves? Do competition agencies need to concern ourselves with sustainability, and what needs to be done?
Thank you very much, Teresia, and thank you very much, Ninette. And the question is, I think, about sustainability, and we may need to look at the origin of the word sustainability. As Teresia mentioned, the Rio conference came up with the notion of sustainability and sustainable development. My thinking is that the question that you should maybe ask ourselves for us to understand better sustainability across all sectors of the national economy is, are we consuming too much? And that consumption might be directly linked to our natural resource base. So I think if we are able to break down those components of natural resources and find sustainability as a key component, then the question is sustainability as a concept, and therefore its application to production and consumption processes might be limiting if we don't care about our environment. And therefore, the variety of choices that consumers get, which are produced from natural resources from alternative sources, are constraining in a way that consumption takes place. And therefore, for some of the natural resources, which is the main focus of most of development goals, is that they are limited substitutes for natural resources for us to enable production and consumption of those resources for them to be sustainable over a long period of time. So for now, that's, I think, what I can say, and that's my understanding of sustainability and how natural resources are used for production, and how that affect a variety of commodities and products that consumers can choose from different needs that they have.
Thank you, Dr. Adano. So what should the competition agencies do to protect to contribute to the protection of the natural resources?
I think competition allows effective or fair play in the market. And therefore, the way these natural resources are used is important in terms of who gets what share and what market shares are used for which production. And therefore, the important component that natural resources play and competition play are interactive in that sense, in my view. That due to limited resources, and therefore competition for those resources, the production and access, the entry point that the previous panelists referred to, in terms of accessing resources for production, which will eventually be put on the table for consumers, becomes an important role. There should be free entry in production, and therefore availability of more products to consumers. And then the question is, are they sustainable? Is production and consumption of resources sustainable in the way we would like to see it being fair and also in its allocation?
Thank you very much. Dr. Mutua, the energy sector, what are you doing to promote energy production and consumption? And of course, in a competitive way.
Towards that, because I'm coming from the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and we undertake technical and economic regulation. And when you look at technical issues as to do with the licensing aspects, talking as technical specification of power plants and investments, and the economic regulation side, basically issues of pricing, issues of planning, policy, competition, and all that. Now, when it comes to now the matter of the question that is before us, of course, we are talking about the SDG number 12 on sustainability. Then within the energy sector, we have the goal number 9, the UN goal number 9, SDG number 7 on sustainable energy. So there are those two goals that are very critical in the energy sector. And basically for us, the way we are doing it, when it comes to, for example, looking at production, the energy production side, you have to ensure there is competition, first of all. The way you bring in investment in the country, you have to subject them to competition. Of course, the government has had initiatives on like what we call the feed-in tariffs policy, but again, they have to be done in a way that the investments that are going to be coming in to generate that energy, they are subjected to value for money in every investment that is being done. And again, we have programs like, for example, in looking at energy efficiency. Because again, when you are producing energy, you have to produce it in the most efficient way and also conserve it. And that's why when you go to a supermarket today, you find we have a program we call the energy labeling program, where even production of maybe like a fridge and other electric equipments, we have to rate them in terms of stars to give consumers enough information on what kind of gadgets they are bringing in. And all these initiatives as a regulator, we bring them to ensure that there is fairness in the way this good is going to be supplied, and again also trying to ensure that there's sustainable consumption again of the same products. And again, because you have to license, the reason why regulators come in, markets sometimes may fail also to allocate resources. But of course, we do understand, being economists, that markets are the best when it comes to resource allocation. But where monopolies, like in electricity side, for example, are involved, where we have and maybe vertically integrated utilities, at least for us, we have been able to unbundle like generation from transmission and distribution. And now, even ensuring that we have more players in distribution, because, for example, in electricity distribution, Kenya Power has been a monopoly, but we are in a space now where we are licensing even more players to come in so that there is competition at the detailing level. So there is a lot that we are doing, and we will continue to do more to promote production of energy and also the consumption of it, and again ensuring that also the consumers are protected. Also dealing with because we don't see that if somebody installs an illegal production somewhere, we can talk of somebody filling a gas, which is illegal because it's not licensed. And they are competing with somebody who is paying taxes, for example, and the illegal person is not paying taxes. That is why you also have to ensure there is some sort of enforcement to ensure that everybody comes into a fair play and all the rules apply across to everybody. That's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. We are happy to hear that there are other players besides Kenya Power. I'm sure that's one of the questions you received today. Helena, you lead an organization that has membership of over 200 consumer advocacy groups. So how are the consumer advocates taking action around the world to support consumers in sustainable living?
First, let me check that the sound is okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. So a great pleasure to be able to join from rainy Geneva today, and greetings to all of the delegates, and a sincere thanks to the Competition Authority of Kenya, both for this meeting, but of course also for hosting us at the beginning of December in Nairobi for our global congress. So, Madam Chair, to answer your question, I think there are 4 big overarching themes that we try and work on. The first is, if you read the IPCC reports on what needs to happen for us to reach a truly sustainable marketplace, and to be honest, I start thinking we should use the word safe, because we know what safe means. It's a term we use all the time. And sometimes for the ordinary person on the street, sustainability can feel like something different. We know that this is about safety, actually, now. But the IPCC and that body of experts have described that 40 to 70% of the shift in the energy transition will be helped if consumers adopt different types of more energy efficient technologies, if we change our lifestyles. Now, in order to do that and go through that very significant shift for anybody, without that turning into fear and concern, which we are seeing growing around the world, you need a series of things. You need innovation, you need clarity, you need fairness, and you need care. We need to be caring for each other through this. And those are actually things that I would add to and would say are embedded in what competition is about. Let's look at the first one. If we expect consumers to engage in new technology, that requires new innovation and new business models that serve this new market and that serve consumers in different ways. An example might be in the way in which energy provision is supported in the home and in our transport. The way in which, if we see, even if I think here in Europe, companies have had subsidies to support them in adopting and building the renewable energy cycle. It's not clear they've necessarily always used that time frame and those subsidies to then innovate and get us to the right stage. So it is absolutely crucial that competition pushes the right type of collaboration and the right type of innovation and gives incentives for business models that then allow consumers to take up and get involved in this energy transition. So that first one is innovation. The second one is fairness. And if we are seeing more conversations about how certain ways of pricing need to be taken into account to support this shift. But everybody around the world is going through incredible cost of living pressures on energy, on food. We need to demonstrate as we go through this shift that there is fairness and that there is transparency. An example that we are working on with, in fact, the competition authorities in Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria is to highlight the way in which food prices can sometimes be excessive, even given all of the different supply chain situations going on. In this case, we're building a methodology that consumer organizations can use to look for excessive food prices, to understand the drivers of those, and to provide the information and build the bridges with competition authorities so that we can share that information rapidly and effectively for change. The third point I'd point would be around clarity. And this, a great example of this, of course, is on green claims. If consumers have, and certainly information is crucial, it's not the only thing, but if we have clear information to people as they shop and purchase, then this will help advance and build trust. So the ways in which clarity and fair and clear information about sustainable living can be provided to people, I would say is a crucial point. And finally, care. What we have seen is it is not just about consumers having access to more sustainable products or services or options. It's that beyond the access, that as people are trying to live more sustainable lives, that there is care along that chain. And very often that can rely on policy changes, on standards changes. We've recently done a piece of work looking at how consumers can get engaged in the energy transition. And what you can see around the world, for example, in some countries being a prosumer, where you can store, where you can sell energy on, that is in fact, there is no legal provision for that, or no set up that can support a shift in consumer behavior. Now, there are points of light, of course, all over the world. There are examples, great examples of sustainable living, and we should be supporting them, scaling those examples, connecting those points of light, and providing the framework for this shift to avoid the fear and worry and concern, and to provide the platform for people to walk into a next generation of business models, a next generation of positive and lifestyles which support well-being. Thank you, Ninette. Back to you.
Thank you, Helena, for those very insightful points. I like the fact that you emphasize the need to adopt energy-efficient lifestyles. To follow up on that discussion, I'll ask Dr. Mutua. We have heard a lot about electrical mobility. In fact, I think during the climate summit, there was some launch or other. So those involve the use of electricity. And we, as consumers, have been complaining that the electricity prices are high. How then do we implement Helena's proposal with the current electricity prices? What is EPRA or Kenya doing about that?
Thank you, Ninette, and also thank you, Helena, for those comments. Let me say that first of all, electricity tariffs is not like they are high as people may tend to think, because what idea interesting, mamas. I always take up the challenge to explain, because when you look at the way you have to provide for a service, I know we have to provide sufficient revenues to recover costs of investments, cost of supplying electricity, and also distributing it. And since also we have both public and private sector investments, then you have to ensure that they are able to recover also the investments they have made. So that is the basis, because sometimes when you even engage in subsidies, they may not give you the best efficient way, even of influencing consumption. People also tend to be influenced, and depending on how the prices are done. But having said that, recognizing the e-mobility and also energy transitions that Kenya has been pushing, and it has not started this year, it started a while back, in order to have efficient transportation and also sustainable transportation. So we had early this year approved a new tariff for 3 years, and within that tariff we had seen that electricity consumption by vehicles, both private, public, and when I talk about electric mobility, I'm talking about what we call the two-wheelers, the three-wheelers, the border-borders, the three-wheelers, which are very common, like in cities like Mombasa, and also the private cars. In fact, we have as many companies that started operating way back in the year 2012 using electric mobility, so it's not something new. And then now the new entrants are the public buses, the public transportation. If you walk out of this hotel, you are likely to see after every 5 minutes or 10 minutes an electric bus. You have seen like buses like Basigo and others. So what we have done in order to help grow this sector, we have a special tariff for electric mobility. And in this tariff, we have what we call the peak tariff and also the off-peak tariff, meaning that with electric mobility, we have given them a special tariff, which is slightly just above the marginal cost of supplying electricity, because you don't want to give a tariff that you are not able to recover the marginal cost of the investments that have been done. And then because transportation in Kenya, Kenyans move mainly from 5 a.m. in the morning to about maybe 8 p.m. And by 10 p.m., you see like most industries close up, commercial businesses close up. And at that time, when you look at the way our consumption of electricity is, demand is usually highest from 5 p.m. to about 10 p.m. in the night. And then there is a major drop. So we have taken advantage of the resources. We have a lot of renewable energy resources, geothermal, wind, and solar, which are renewable in nature. and introduce a tariff that can also charge these vehicles at night. Because most of the buses, from 10 p.m., you just go charge your bus, maybe, or you park your vehicle, or you're on boda. And also, the way the charging happens is that electric buses, they have their own charging areas. And then we have what we call the two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We have service providers that are doing what we call swapping, battery swapping. So they charge the batteries, and whenever you want to come and pick a battery for a motorcycle is able to hold like 5 kilowatt hours. It's just 5 units of electricity. So you can charge 70% of your battery or a vehicle at night at 50% of the 16 shillings that we have given them. We have given them a tariff of 16 shillings, but at night they can charge that battery or that vehicle with 8 shillings. It's just like 5 US cents, because I remember there's somebody who is not from Kenya here. And then also what we have done in order to also encourage the uptake, we have developed guidelines for electric mobility in order to have rules of engagement. Because what you realize is that, like, for example, the person who is doing battery swapping, they charge the battery, they also give you a loan to buy the boda, you know, and there are also consumer protection issues. There are also like investor protection issues there. So we are also trying to encourage, because there are markups, like if you charge the battery, you put a price into it. Like for example, like to swap a battery is about 185 shillings per battery swapping. And that will take you like for a boda maybe about 160 kilometers. Which means after that you'll have to come for another swap. And when you come for another swap, if it's a full swap, you need another 185. And that's why we have been engaging with them, and we estimated a tariff that will be competitive so that the markup, you know, the charging markup that they apply, they are able to adjust it so that the consumers are also protected. So those are some of the initiatives in NET we are doing, and the uptake, we have about 2 million, we have 4 million vehicles in this country, and 2 million vehicles are actually the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. And in terms of sustainability and energy transition, because they are running on diesel, they actually emit a lot. And that's why we have encouraged both the private and the public sector. Even churches like Holy Family Basilica, if you go to the parking lot, you'll find areas where they have designated parking for electric vehicles. And you can come and park there and charge your vehicle. Even mosques, we are encouraging that. In banks, in public places, and even in gated communities. The guidelines that we have put in place are encouraging investors to put even charging points at estates, you know, like, and because you pay with tokens. And most companies, like oil companies, have also taken up this, like Total Energies. If you go to like, I think the Village Market or Total Haligam, you can charge your vehicle instead of using petrol. And all these innovations that we are seeing, there's a service provider, like the mobile company that is providing the service for payments, and we are ensuring that the margins and everything, also working with the Competition Authority of Kenya, because as a regulator, we have an MOU with the Competition Authority of Kenya, which, for example, when they are looking at competition issues, like, for example, in e-mobility, there could be competition issues. Just the way we look at issues in the oil marketing companies, and if there are malpractices that are taking place, or anti-competitive measures from some of the players, then you are able to engage, share information, and ensure that consumers are protected and the investments are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'd like to open up the floor to the panel, to the plenary, to ask 2 questions, then we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nakili, and I was wondering if the CAK, if it's open to the CAK to join existing court cases that touch on the mandate of the CAK. The case in point is, there's a time there was a policy compelling everyone who was importing goods to the port to have their goods transported by rail. So the case was argued as a constitutional petition, but if you look at the core of that case was monopolization of a particular mode of transport. So could the CAK, is it open for it to join as amicus or as an interested party so that the court can be accordingly guided on, competition laws and what the CAK does?
Thank you. There's a question.
Makoro Wilson is my name. I work for the Competition Authority of Kenya. I've been listening to the presentation, the discussion on this topic. And one thing that becomes clear is that a sustainable consumption and production is essential for sustainable development, and also it fosters economic and social growth. So then it takes me back to the area of SDG number 12, which also brings the issue of food loss and food waste, though I've not seen it given much focus. And then it also reminds me that food waste is another sign of overconsumption. And therefore, tackling food loss is an urgent issue that requires the dedicated policies, informed data, as well as investment in technologies and in infrastructure. And then further, it takes me also to the United Nations statistics, which indicates that a staggering 931 million tons of food is wasted a year, despite a huge number of global population going hungry. And then now I come to the context of Kenya, whereby we have tried to, in some aspect, to respond to the issues of food loss, but not really food waste, whereby we came up with the Warehouse Receipt System Act number 9 of 2019, which basically focused on tackling the issues of food loss. But when I go further look at what the International Financial Corporation did, whereby it gave about 238 million to support the Warehouse Receipt System Council, but also it brings, I recognize there is an issue through with the lack of data. There is data gaps, a lack of governance, and also a lack of stakeholder. Then now my question comes, that within, considering that the food loss and the food waste is a pertinent issue in the contemporary world, then within the food supply chain, where does competition policy and the consumer protections fall? And has it been fully utilized to achieve the SDG number 12? Then my second question goes, that considering that many policies in, for example, Kenya and other countries in Africa have not really focused on food loss and food waste, what will be your advice to the competition agencies and other policy players in addressing the food loss and the food waste? Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. Any other question?
Thank you. My name is Evans. I work at Evans Kamau. I work at the Competition Authority of Kenya. My question is directed to the Acting Director General, Dr. John Mutua. Have you developed any guidelines at EPRA in relation to disposal of, let's say, e-buses, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, because you find that they contain lithium batteries? Where I work, we do mostly work related to consumer protection. So do those guidelines look into issues protecting consumers and the environment in regard to sustainable development goals? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. So on the first question, I'll ask Dr. Adano to respond on how the authority, should the authority be enjoined in existing court cases?
Thank you very much for that question. We are aware of that case that relates to government directive for transporting goods from Mombasa to inland. That's a matter that has been brought to the attention of the court, and therefore it's a matter before the court with the precedence over that matter. Any matter that has competition element ought to be brought to us first before we intervene when it's before the court. Having said that, the other option is for the court to invite us to play a role in that matter. But for a matter that is already before the court, we have no role until we are invited or enjoined by the court. Therefore, a matter that is before the authority should be lodged with the court, with the authority first before we can apply the law.
Thank you. The second and third questions by Wilson on food loss and waste and what role competition policy and consumer welfare players play in that. I will ask Helena and Ms. Moreira to respond.
Hi there. I think Teresa may have stepped away, so this is a fantastic question. If you think about both the level of subsidies going into agriculture, the extent of the food system, food waste, this food is one of the most crucial areas that we need to address if we are going to reach a net zero or nature positive marketplace for the future. I do think that consumer policy and competition policy have a very significant role to play in this system, but in every other system that we've talked about, whether it's mobility, how we travel, how we plug in our energy systems, how we buy, the way we buy. So I would fully support an investigation and a deeper view on what can be done, because the way in which the marketplace works and the role of competition policy needs to be elevated everywhere. And we need to be having some very significant conversations about this. The old way of thinking about competition, where it really just looks at, how does this impact us in a very narrow way, does not take into account the externalities. We have done some work with Dahlberg in time for the UN Food Systems Summit, looking at the business models that can be put in place that help on food waste. There was a very interesting example, especially in this case, it was from Chile, where the way in which competition law was in place and applied had to be changed so that the company in that case could use food waste and there distribute it. This was during the pandemic. They could distribute unused food that was not yet at sell-by date. And then they were able to support, in that case, about 250,000 families in a local community. Now, as we looked at that, I think it was Wilson's point, there are many different examples across the world that we're seeing that take the best of what we know already, but then elevate and innovate further. I would love to take a point at some stage before we end, Ninette, to talk about how at the Global Congress we can look into and perhaps advance some of these points, but I will follow your lead on that.
All right, we will, based on time, we'll let you know. The third question by my colleague from CAK, to you, Dr. John.
Okay, thank you very much, Evans, for the good question. As you have lightly put, you're asking about whether we have guidelines for disposal of the electric waste, maybe, or electric mobility waste. Taking into consideration what is happening both locally and globally, we came up with guidelines because, again, we know we have signed into a lot of climate protocols, COP, and the COPs also as well. So we have started by having guidelines as a quick approach to address the environment of electric mobility. And then, if you have been also observant, the Ministry of Roads and Transport, they have actually established a task force for electric mobility strategy and policy that the ministry is guiding on that. But there is no gap in terms of the way we have to dispose of waste from electric mobility. The reason is, in this country, we have the Kenya Bureau of Standards, the KEBS, and then we have the National Environment Management Authority, that is NEMA. So we work with NEMA to ensure that environmental guidelines, and also at importation, when you are bringing in batteries, like at the moment, lithium batteries are the most common that you find in the market. In terms of safety, they are highly flammable. And also looking at safety, both safety and disposal, so you have to consider all that, because somebody can, we are aware that, for example, Kenyans, the way Kenyans are, somebody can even go and ensure, get a battery that, from another border. And that's why with the technologies, it's not possible to do that at the moment, because that battery is linked to the software which you see in the motorcycle. So unless you get both the border and the battery together, it will not work anywhere. Because people can take them home and begin to use them for other purposes. They can't work at the moment. So, but basically what we are doing is that with KEBS and NEMA, after we have the strategy by the Ministry of Roads and Transport, we will now, as a regulator, develop these guidelines into regulations. And we will further now strengthen the issue of disposal. But the moment we are using KEBS and we are using NEMA, already the guidelines are there on how to dispose this waste. So there is no danger at all and no threat from environmental issues. Because in any case, we are talking about energy transition, and e-mobility is coming in to ensure that we reduce emissions, and also we ensure there is transition. But again, we are also saying, as a country, we need to have just transition, such that even the batteries that are coming in, we ensure that they give us value for money, and it is not something that some people will come and dump batteries here. So we have to, there has to be justice into it, the way it is being done. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that response. So what I hear from you is that there is need for collaboration amongst the agencies in delivering this sustainable debate.
Definitely, we need everybody on board. We need KEBS, we need NEMA, we need the Ministries of Environment, Ministries of Transport. We need Competition Authority of Kenya, because again, depending on, you see, like when you look at the way people even manufacture goods, Chinese will manufacture good for Europe, the European market, the US market, North America, and also the African market. So we are saying we need the same standard to apply. The same standard that is applied in Europe for a battery, it should be able to apply here. So that collaboration is going to be very key to ensure we work towards this common goal as a country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As we close, I see we have 7 minutes. Dr. Adano, I have a final question for you. And this is a follow-up from what Dr. Njako had earlier asked. Should competition agencies, is sustainability ready to be included as part of competition regulation? Is it, are we still at the basic, or should we also adopt sustainability?
I think yes. I think adopting sustainability business is extremely key in terms of also ensuring consumer welfare. There are instances where we have seen that business practices affect consumer welfare negatively. We have seen instances where retailers or supermarkets give discounts to consumers, in a way lower consumer prices. But there are also instances where those prices are actually better for consumers, but they are not better for businesses. So if the margins for businesses are very low, then sustainability for that particular business is undermined. But however, we look at both competition within that sector. If it's retail, it's retail. If it's insurance, insurance. But if it's the retail sector, then the squeezing of margins for retailers affect their sustainability. But however, discounts to consumers also affect consumer welfare. So I think there is a balance between how do we achieve consumer welfare without undermining competition. And I think the bigger picture is what the government does in terms of the reform program. That government has a bigger agenda in terms of reforms and competition, even industrial policy for that matter. So I do see there's a clear interactions between business practices and consumer welfare, and also touching on the issue of sustainability. So I think the thing is to strike a balance between those issues. But however, I do see the link between those components.
Thank you for that. Helena, the last question. We are aware that, or we know that we shall be hosting the Consumer Congress in December. So what will the Congress focus on with regard to sustainable consumption? In 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, and thanks to anyone in the room who is supporting us with this, and Dr. Rober in particular. So first, the Congress will be taking place at the same time as COP28 in Dubai. Having said that, we are seeing leading participants such as Sergio Mujica, the head of the International Standards Organization, or Inga Anderson, the head of UNEP, who are planning to come from COP to Nairobi for the Global Congress of Consumers International. And the reason for that is, one, we know that we can't just be all gathering in one place. This is a global challenge with no one-size-fits-all solution. And we need to see that not just the production side, but also the consumption side of this conversation is working, and those are joined up. So we will have the people present who are able to not only talk about this, but make decisions to help advance. We will have sustainable consumption as a key pillar of the entire Congress, covering food, energy, plastics, green claims, and just the way in which we advance sustainable living through a variety of consumer rights. So I will just say that we are building what I think needs to happen everywhere in the world, a conversation and action on making sustainability and in fact safety for us all the norm, and deep gratitude to the team in Nairobi for working with us, and we look forward to future collaboration beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that Ms. Moreira left the meeting. I think she was engaged elsewhere. So we've come to the end of this session. And for me, the takeaways are, one, we have to empower consumers through consumer education. Two, we have to open up markets so that there is competition at the production level. Three, we have to adopt energy efficient lifestyles. And the fourth is collaboration amongst all the agencies to ensure that the sustainability debate is progressed. Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the...
No, Ninette, I've just checked. There's none.
Okay.
So a round of applause for our panel 2 members. I think just before you sit down, you will have a photo session at the front there. Thank you very much. I'm glad to know that the electricity rates I'm paying are not as high as they should be. Eh? But I've read your guidelines, actually, on the EV. A lot of research went into it. Yeah. So as the photo is taken, I think the next session is a one-on-one interview with the Acting Director General. I'd request, if you need a bathroom break, 3 minutes maximum. We won't call guys back in. It's just getting off one seat, one table, then we'll have the interview. So if you need to take a break, now is the time. Then just come back right in.
Practices such as delaying payments, unilateral termination of contract without notice, refusing to receive goods despite having ordered them, and transfer of costs and risks to suppliers is prohibited. And the other, the supplier of the goods. The situation could also involve buying and selling of a service. In some instances, the buyer may have such a significantly superior bargaining position that they are able to control the nature of the commercial relationship between the two. Having buyer power or a superior bargaining position is not an offense. However, abusing that power by engaging in practices such as delaying payments, unilateral termination, or threats of termination of contract without notice, refusing to receive goods despite having ordered them, and transfer of costs and risks to suppliers is prohibited by the Competition Act. So, if you're a supplier facing abuse of buyer power, or a concerned citizen who is aware of such practices in the Kenyan economy, there is a way out. You can now conveniently and efficiently lodge an abuse of buyer power complaint or submit information on abuse of buyer power for investigation by the authority. The service is offered free of charge. To start the process, simply log into our e-filing portal, click register, and provide your credentials. Upon registering, log in and on the dashboard, select File a Complaint and select the Abuse of Buyer Power option from the drop-down menu. You will then be required to provide the name of the accused party and the nature of your complaint and the complaint's details. Kindly be as clear and precise as possible in your account. Attach your supporting documents by clicking on the Browse tab and choosing the relevant supporting document. The authority's mandate is to enforce the Competition Act with the objective of enhancing the welfare of Kenyans by promoting and regulating effective competition in markets and preventing misleading market conduct. Our core mandate is to control mergers and acquisitions, protect consumers from unfair and misleading market conduct, and sanction anti-competitive practices and abuse of buyer power. Additionally, the authority advises the government on matters relating to competition and consumer.
Kazi mean. If you add B or if you replace the V with a B, itakuwa bila kazi. You have no job in Kenya. So we need a clarification. What does bila kazi mean? You can proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, again. As we start to close up, my hope is that We're in fact closing on a high. I think this is going to be a fascinating discussion with, as our unionists will say in South Africa, the leadership of this movement. It's a great privilege for me to have been asked to host this session. I'm treating it as a conversation about which I'm coming in to learn and to hear, just as many of you are as well. And we'll, of course, engage the audience, and it'll be very exciting to hear your thoughts, your reflections on what's happened, but also where should we be going, right? This is evidently from the discussions today a very important regulator in the economy, but also in the room we have very influential, knowledgeable stakeholders as well, right through from legal practitioners that have worked with the authority to people from different government agencies, etc. And so to bring in those perspectives as we try to work together to kind of achieve these efficient markets is going to be quite important. I've had the privilege of working with Dr. Roba for a number of years and range of different issues over time, but also just as an observer from the perspective of the University of Johannesburg, of competition authorities throughout the continent and the work that they do, the things they publish, the cases that they win, but also the ones that they lose, right? But also observing the growth of the economist profession, the legal profession in the continent as well. From the outside looking in, I can tell you that there's a very bright and beautiful glow on the work of the Competition Authority of Kenya, right? More broadly on the development of this economy as well, and I think this agency has contributed to that. I encountered Dr. Adano, of course, in your prior role in the space of kind of planning, research policy, and quality assurance in the authority. And I do want to touch a bit on that as well. So I'd like to invite you to the stage. Let's have a bit of a chat, at least, about where we've been, but also where we're going. If you'll join me in welcoming Right. So perhaps a useful place to start is to recognize kind of our context, right? I mean, as we were discussing throughout the day, there's so much really going on that is really challenging the way we think about the work that we do if you're a practitioner in this space, but actually challenging the ways in which we think broadly even about economic development, about the institutions, in fact, that need to play the role of contributing to shifting the way we produce goods, for instance, as we heard in the other session, but also how we achieve dynamic and competitive markets, as we heard earlier as well, right? DJ, you've been sitting in the space, of course, for a number of years, but in the hot seat, certainly since 2023. Perhaps I can give you a chance to first tell us what it's like in the hot seat, but also your sense of the experience and the pulse check on the authority's health, but also the kind of future frontiers as a way to kick off our discussion.
Thank you very much, Tando, and it's a pleasure to be here, and it's good to have you. And thank you for joining us in this annual symposium, which is our one important event in our calendar. This hot seat, I think I've been here for less than a year, and I've learned a lot, to be honest. And I also want to recognize I have a very strong team. Majority, I can say very strong team, who are very supportive. So I don't see myself as being lonely up there. I've been within, I've been around, and that's very important thing to know. I was asking myself if I would have joined the authority from outside, how would it have been? I'm sure it would have been very different. In a sense also, I do see that some colleagues shy away in terms of engagement, in terms of picking ideas, what we need to do. It's not that's a huge team like the one of Competition Commission of South Africa. Still a small team, very, very cohesive, I can say, for majority of it, without going into details of what I see as some of the important issues that we might need to follow up. In terms of operation of the authority, we have a very robust law that allows us to face competition issues on consumer protection from a very diverse way, and it has been very adaptive in the way we have been able to handle even current issues or emerging issues in competition. May that be consumer issues related to emerging areas of competition, digital space, which is really new, and therefore there's no gap in terms of how we look at those issues. And that applies as well to enforcement with the data going digital, like we have had this morning. We have been able to conduct cartel cases under the digital space, but we have to be also alive to the fact that we need to do things differently, in a slightly different way, in a collaborative way, even internally, before we think external. That's a very important observation for me. In a bigger scheme of things, I think we are connected to many agencies, including South Africa, International Competition Network, our parent ministry, which has been very supportive in terms of enabling us to do what we want to do. We do that through, of course, our strategic plan, which is robust, and is one of the Bibles for us to see that we implement to the letter. That collaboration across competition agencies and ministries and institutions, as Dr. Mutua just mentioned, is extremely important because our role touches on all sectors of national economy. And therefore, it will not be possible to do what we want to do as per the law if we have no collaboration or support from those agencies. We are grateful to practitioners as well, who we engage from time to time, sector regulators, government agencies, ministries, International Competition Network, where we have a role to play, East African Community, COMESA, Regional Competition Commission. So all these agencies are extremely important in terms of us delivering on the mandate of the authority. And that can be combined with internal teamwork. And I think it's a good experience, and I have no regrets to the extent that I've come this far. And I'll see what's happened next.
I think that's really interesting in two ways. One is that the recognition that these authorities, right, do not operate in a vacuum. Right? They operate, whether we like it or not, in connected ways with other agencies, etc. Right? And importantly, moving away from the idea that there's some authority in the economy that's competition fundamentalist, and you cannot touch them, you cannot engage them when it comes to their issues. Whereas actually, even observing from the outside, for instance, some of the developments that took place around mobile money transfers, etc., over the last kind of decade, right? We've always thought, even in our research and my own writing, that Kenya plays this game well. This authority plays this game well, of finding ways to solve the problem. And so it might mean collaborating with CBK, CA, practitioners, having deep dive conversations with Mr. Meli now, of course, on the other side. That is to say, to speak to firms and engage on ways to solve problems. I think this is a very important principle that needs to be translated elsewhere. You mentioned in that as well that there have been successes, but there's much to do. But I do want to give you a chance, especially as you mentioned that you've had a very supportive relationship with your governing ministry, to just blow the horn a bit in terms of what you see as the kind of major strengths and successes, especially over this last kind of recent, call it post-COVID period as well, and in your term.
Thank you, Tanda, for that. I think what I can say is that in regard to how we raise our resources, and I think I cannot talk of what we do and the support we get from our parent ministry without touching on what resources we have and what we promise to do on an annual basis that we draw from our strategic plan. I can tell you that the current strategic plan is the first one that was internally developed by the colleagues. Before that, it's a strategic plan that was developed by external parties, basically engaging staff and therefore getting information to develop a strategic plan. This is the first one that we have developed internally, and that has been very successful. And the advantage of that is that team knows what we need as a competition agency for both competition enforcement and consumer protection issues. So this gives us inside information, looking at outside, learning from mature competition agencies across the globe, and benchmarking with what they have, where they have been successful, learning from their pitfall, allowed us to see what is the trajectory for competition enforcement across the globe. And in that sense, we do see that there's a lot of similarity across competition law with slight variation or differentiation between different jurisdictions. And therefore, that allowed us to review our strategic plan, along which we develop our activities. And also, it allows us to link more broadly with the government agenda in terms of developing midterm plans that is anchored on long-term Kenya Vision 2030, and therefore 5-year midterm plan that allows us to align our activities and operation. The reason why I'm saying this is the fact that we are a public agency, and we are aligning our activities to delivering the mandate of the government. And therefore, also in the other sense, the competition agency is a state parastatal that looks at the mandate of the National Treasury as our parent ministry. And therefore, if you look at it more closely, in principle, actually, we implement their mandate. This is a delegated power to us, and we are alive to that fact. The act is donated to us by an act of parliament, and therefore this gives a lot of support in terms of enabling us to do what we do. But the other thing which I see being very supportive is the fact that our mandate is very clear, and we are functionally independent. We do our internal analysis, investigations, and we make a decision based on research and evidence. And that decision is decided upon or determined at the authority level. And we have never had any challenge from our parent ministry in terms of our determination and decisions. There are a few cases which have been brought before the tribunal, competition tribunal, and they have ruled a number of them in our favor. And that gives us a lot of room in terms of being motivated to do what we do, and being also ensuring that our analysis are comparable in terms of robustness to what other competition agencies do. And therefore, this gives us a lot of motivation to do what we do, and we continue doing it.
Just on that last point, you know, as I mentioned earlier, we're also dealing with the life and evolution of an institution here. Right? A set of rules, formal and informal norms, etc. We're trying to improve over time, right? And you mentioned this idea of ensuring that our analysis is where it needs to be. What are some of the ways, reflecting inwards to the authority, that you've been able to strengthen the internal capabilities of the authority, such that you can deliver judgments, or not so much judgments, but interpretations of cases, etc., that would hold water, that are robust, as you say? And how would you project that we continue to strengthen those capabilities going forward?
Thank you, Tando. I think maybe we take a step back. I think we started from a position where we thought we need to build our research and also capacity across different mandates of the authority. And therefore, I remember some of my colleagues telling me that even they have been training or posted to a Competition Commission of South Africa for a couple of months for training. And we value our training on an annual basis highly in terms of what we prioritize. Beside that, we have had a number of collaborations, as I mentioned earlier, with institutions such as JICA, where colleagues have been trained at the Japan Competition Commission. We have had training with other agencies. And this year alone, we have sent a number of persons to Korea Competition Commission, or Fair Trade Commission, sorry. And we have also sent one to OECD, GDCOM, for capacity building. I am mentioning this as a way of stating that this builds our capacity to the extent that our internal operations are capable of doing what we intend to do. And that can be from consumer case analysis, can be cartel case investigation, and the procedures that we ensure if it's a matter related to cartel investigation, there are two ways to it. One is the fact that with regard to due process, especially if you look at this matter might eventually end up before a tribunal or a court of law, then we have to be very sure or ensure that that process is all the way in line with what the law provides and what the Constitution provides, and therefore there's no way of testing otherwise. It's in line of the law. The second bit is we have a research unit that supports other departments, and this allows us to be more aware of our weaknesses and therefore reach out to where we need capacity. And even I remember we trained in areas of big data. Learners, I think, is one of the beneficiaries of that training initiative. And therefore, that's what we really embrace in terms of not only traditional way of looking at research, but modernizing to the extent that we are able to even do investigations or surveillance relating to digital space. This is a growing area that we are looking at in terms of research, and also in areas of cartel investigation, we are looking at forensic investigation. We have executed the matter you mentioned earlier on in collaboration with anti-corruption agency, whereby then they have relevant equipment and devices to extract data from undertakings. So these are the issues we are always discussing and seeing how best can we ensure that our economy from consumer perspective is financially inclusive and healthy. From cartel perspective, our data is robust, and even if we are taken before a court of law, then we are able to present ourselves in that sense. Also, the legal department. So internally, then, the question you asked boiled down to how closely do we work together as a team to ensure that the product that comes out in whichever way is something that the team can say, I have a role in this.
I love that. I mean, I think this is also how you then retain talent and keep people invested in the kind of broader project, and others go on to other institutions and contribute there. My old boss at the Competition Commission used to say, this was Shane Ramburuth, that, or in fact it was Ngosi saying that if people come through our institution and then leave to go and contribute elsewhere in other policy departments, law firms, etc., this is fine. We're a public institution, and part of our mandate is to build technically capable people in this area. So I love the lens that you take on this issue. Something you mentioned in there is due process, right? And of course, this is my disclaimer that I'm an economist. I know another thing that our stakeholders like, particularly those of the legal profession, I won't mention names, this is the idea of legal certainty, I've come to learn. And I want to ask you, but then also then reflect straight after your response, to ask those in the room about areas in which you would say, you know, we're doing well in this respect, but we need to strengthen in certain other ways. For instance, in enforcing and ensuring that you have due process, that you have greater certainty in the market, and see if you can't get some people to challenge you, DG, in some of these areas. But first to ask you, this idea of legal certainty, right? And you have these stakeholders in the room. How do we make sure that that happens? Because we are also dealing in markets, right? These are dynamic structures. It seems to me always, an economist looking at this concept, that it's not always going to be predictable. There's not always going to be certainty in markets. Who knew COVID-19 would come? So let's talk a bit about legal certainty and how you give confidence to the market as you do your work as an authority.
Thank you, Tando. I think the legal certainty is grounded on the fact that the decision we make are predictable over time. We do look back in terms of the decision we make. The instances that we have made a number of decisions that went to the court is we look at previous decisions that we have made. And therefore, what we do is as long as the evidence you gather is adequate to the investigation, the way we do it doesn't have to be static. we can have a matter that happened 5 years ago down the line, and the same or similar matter came out this year. The only thing we need to be care of is what has been the changes in that sector that requires our attention in the initial stages of screening the matter. And that can be said as an initial case that what matter did we handle at that time, how is different the context at the moment. So that allows us to be predictable and also accountable in a way that we don't delay business processes by being efficient, by giving ourselves timelines in how we do things. Once we are able to do that, agencies, in our view, develop trust. And that's extremely important in our view that for a regulator, that trust relationship between practitioners, undertakings, and the general public is very important. And therefore, what we proud ourselves is to be objective in our cases. I have no role to play. Other members have no role to play, but look at the matter as given to us and look at objectivity and be impartial in terms of not being biased, taking side with one of the matters before you over the other. So I think impartiality and objectivity in matters that we do give us edge in terms of developing trust and also certainty in what we do.
Right. So that's the official statement. I wonder if there's any in the audience that would want to comment on and reflect on the work of the authority to this point, particularly as it relates to these themes, right? This idea of predictability and certainty and those. And I'm looking at particularly at those that from time to time have to represent clients, right, in court or in cases vis-a-vis or in engaging with the authority. Otherwise, I'm going to throw in my own questions. Any comments? Right. I'll tell you what this means. This means that there's a great credible threat that the authority holds, and no one wants to speak out of turn without or outside of advisement. I see there's a question there.
My name is Kamenju. Not really sure how to put this, but let me try. Article 46 of the Constitution talks about consumer protection. And it's very specific that both private and public entities are supposed to observe consumer protection. When we come to CAK, we seem to have the definition of a consumer limited to private entities, someone who is selling and buying. What is happening recently in the country, you go to the lands office, you have people who got services from the government, they were given titles, then later they are told, those things were fake. You go to hospitals, the services that they are receiving there are below par. So can we come to a place where we have someone who is watching the watchers? Because we have the government looking down on private entities to ensure that there is consumer protection. But then we don't have someone looking from this other side and ensuring that the government and government entities are giving consumers services that are worth to be called services. Any other? There's one more.
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Munyoki. I also would like to throw a spanner in the works with regards to what my fellow colleague has just stated. In the legal sector, there has always been that battle between you guys and LSK in terms of, just regulating the market prices. Like, we have a code of conduct, we have our own rules that regulate how much we charge and all that. But in the recent times, we have seen quacks have made their way into the legal profession. Then a consumer protection issue then arises. So how then do we approach it in such a way that instead of fighting each other, we are actually working together to make sure that we are providing services that are up to par and consumers are actually protected?
Doc, you want to have a go?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kamenchi and Pamela. I think I will start with the first one. You mentioned of quality of service that public entities give. I would like to state that with regard to consumer, Article 46 of our Constitution, we implement the Act in line with that article of the Constitution. We have, over the years, had a growing number of consumer cases across different sectors of the national economy. We have timeline within which we resolve matters. There's a very clear procedure in terms of the requirements for us to handle any consumer matter. One of the key things is evidence that you allege someone abused your rights as per Article 46 of the Constitution. And therefore, for us to intervene in that space, we need very clear evidence of that interaction. If you don't provide full information, your matter will delay with us for a long time. And two, if that complaint or matter brought before us does not fall squarely under our mandate, maybe falls under a specific sector mandate like IPRA this morning we have had, then we refer to it. And it can also be public procurement regulatory authority, we refer there. But I think for the cases we have handled that we see that fall within our mandate, and we have provided enough evidence, we have seen many matters settled. And we have very few cases where we refer to other agencies, and the complaint is that those agencies take a lot of time with their cases. And therefore, I don't know exactly the quality of service you meant, and the benchmark against which we are going to assess ourselves, but we have a specific timeline that has been going down every year in terms of the matters we address and how long we take with each matter. And on average, we have done it less than 60 days for each case, as long as information is available, and therefore we approach the parties. Some parties are not cooperative, of course, but we still insist that they come before us for redress. With regard to professional fees, it's not a fight, actually. It's a proposition we made some time back in terms of professional fees. There are two things. One is remuneration order by lawyers or professional fees by other professional institutions. May that be accountant, architects, surveyors. Our point is that setting minimum fees is not competitive. That's like price setting, which is not for competition. And therefore, our argument has been, and it still is, that is there a way that the service provided by these professionals have relationship or correlation with quality of service? Because you have set minimum price, and you cannot negotiate below that price. And that, in our view, is restrictive, and therefore anti-competitive. We have made few attempts. We have not been successful. But I think that our position still stands as long as competition law still applies, and that is our mandate.
That sounds like a hot topic that. If I might comment briefly on these questions, because I think they're spot on in terms of challenging us here a bit as well, is that at least looking in or looking back at the South African experience, some of the ways in which even public service delivery has been drawn into question has actually been through this tool of market inquiries, right? So even as the market inquiries that we've done, and I say we've, I used to be there, but I don't work, that they've done at the Competition Authority of South Africa, have actually touched on some of the other policy and service delivery questions of the public sector actors that relate to those sectors. So for instance, in healthcare, there was a healthcare market inquiry, and some of the recommendations and findings speak to some of the challenges and deficiencies or constraints in the public healthcare provision as well. And so in some ways, that gives the tool potentially for the Competition Authority even just to at least provide information about how these markets are or aren't working, especially from the private sector. So I think this is something that's of interest. The same happened in public transport as well, and these are all on their website to read. And maybe just a second comment, and I'll come back, Doc, to ask you about market inquiries and research as part of this picture, is around professional fees, but also just generally even some of the earlier conversations around industrial development and the conflict is not to forget this really small part of the law that refers to exemptions. Exemptions for certain practices that may be justified on certain efficiencies within different sectors, and I'll kind of leave it there. Doc, market inquiries and research, and you've of course been right at the heart of some really big ones, fertilizer, banking, a range of other sectors as well. But also this just core function of scoping studies and research and observing markets. How important is that? And how much has that then in turn contributed to the work of the authority over time?
Thank you, Tando. I think that's one of the key functions of the authority in terms of carrying out market studies, inquiries, and that is, in our view, one of the key areas where we need to build more capacity moving forward. We don't have research-oriented basis as such, but we have inquiries that relate to competition and consumer issues. In most cases, what we do is we establish an area out there in the market where there are concerns. And there are two ways, more generally, in which we can carry out market inquiries. One, it can be instructed by government agencies, our parent ministry, or any parliament or any entity, to give us that mandate to carry out market inquiry. And it has to be based on an area that is not much known about the sector and how it operates. And therefore, the basis is the same, whether it's mandate given to us by other agency, or we internally realize that we need to go into this area to find out more evidence and better understanding. The aim there is not the inquiry itself, but the finding that comes out of it. The one that we recently did was digital market credit, for instance, where we thought that because of high interest rates for commercial loans, we realized there was more need for alternative for borrowers. And therefore, what we did was to start a gazette notice, to gazette the matter, inquiry, and go out and find out what information is available in public domain and what is the practice. So what we found was that the interest rates for commercial loans were very high, and there was a need for borrowers to borrow. And therefore, what happened with the digital space is they were able to offer loans at not necessarily lower rates, but they're on monthly basis, whereas commercial loans are annualized rates. So you can get 10% loan per month, a low amount, but if you annualize that 10%, it's a substantial amount of that loan, because it goes to 400, 500 per annum. And therefore, what we did was to actually loud that finding that the digital loans which people thought were very cheap are actually very expensive. So it comes to where you say cheap is expensive. And we also allowed that recommendation to be assessed by Central Bank of Kenya, and that in a way also brought unregulated digital lenders under the purview of Central Bank of Kenya. So the point I'm saying this is that the point of an inquiry is to establish a challenge in the market and come up with relevant recommendation that is going to inform policy. One of the key things we found from that inquiry also is that people were not concerned with the rate. They were more concerned with the speed of disbursement. You have an emergency. There are strict terms on how you get loan from commercial banks. You can't get. you have to wait long. Here is digital loan, easily accessible, and that was a driver. The speed of disbursement of the loan was more important than the amount or any other conditions that you get. So these are the issues that we established, and therefore we're able to recommend. One, is there a way a loan can be also risk rated? That commercial loans are based on risks such that borrowers who are able to pay regularly and their risk goes down are able to be given incentive to borrow on more favorable terms than those who default more often. So the point I'm trying to make here is the fact that for a market inquiry, you need to understand what is the issue and what are the key challenges, and how can you reform that sector in light of the evidence that we have established. And thus, process cut across all inquiries and inform our decisions.
One of the key words you used, and I think you're spot on in terms of the drivers of some of the things we observe in the market can be very complex and dynamic, and understanding them at the level of detail through a process like a market inquiry is quite important. You used the term cheap is expensive as it relates to credit, and we've spent the week talking to Digitech service providers and, for another research project, met people at my DAO, and there's so many exciting things going on in the digital space in this market, right? One of the things that is in common across the regulators and firms that we spoke to this week is something that is not, that is as a fact expensive, which is fuel. And the rising inflation in your environment. I understand it's been really high, and of course this is a factor across the continent as well. Any role for the authorities in thinking about these types of issues? I know it obviously then also impacts on other regulators and that as well. But is there something we should be doing? And this is maybe even speaking to authorities across the region, because the same problem that's here is playing out everywhere, from SA to Cairo.
With regard to fuel?
Things like fuel. These exogenous things.
I think there are a few factors that build up that final pump price. This is also one of the key sectors where government raise revenue. And therefore, there are a number of taxes within, particularly that sector. It's an instrument for government through fiscal instrument to raise revenue. And therefore, we have no role as long as the fiscal instrument is used to raise revenue by government, and government is what we work for. We have no role, and therefore our role there is limited. But in other areas where price setting is determined or arrived at through collusion, then we have a role to play. Because my thinking is that government have always bigger agenda than all of us put together. That public policy or public agenda looks at every aspect of our life. And therefore, there's big difference between my own interests as consumer in that sector and what government want to achieve at the end of that reform. So for that reason, given that the public consideration by government is much wider than all of us, in the same way that we look at a merger that has a bigger public interest consideration will not be turned down because of competition interest. So that actually is aligned with the fact that government has a big agenda and bigger role for inclusive of everyone without individuals or sectors or ministries. And therefore, that is where we need to differentiate between the role of different institutions like ourselves and the bigger government role and reform process.
I think that's spot on. I would add, and this is maybe a challenge for your research unit, is what will happen eventually when fuel prices normalize across our countries is that whilst they were very quick in shaping the prices of goods and services going up, prices are going to come down very slowly, even if fuel prices globally change, right? this kind of idea of price transmission. And price transmission is much slower in markets where there is no competition, right? So in that way, at least the vigilance that we can exert as practitioners in space might be really quite important in helping government serve its wider purpose. And we watch with kind of keen interest. I want to then open to the floor for further questions and comments. But also I said to DG that I would also open and ask people in the floor that have ideas about if there are priorities that this authority or agency, so we've heard all the good things, but if there are priorities that this authority and agency should really be putting onto its agenda, because this strategic plan ends in 2025, what would those be? I'm going to ask you to name one, right? And let's be quite ambitious here, because it's important to take in inputs from the outside, even as the strategy was generated internally. Mind you, a very brave strategy generated during COVID, so that's very commendable. So any questions and comments from the floor on other issues that have been raised or to DG? Or any priorities that you would say the agency really needs to push forward on going forward? There's one here.
Thank you very much for that session. My name is Joyce. In terms of priorities, I think it's something we were touching on during the break, Tando. I think there's a scope and a role for the authority to focus on training or building the capacity of the judiciary to be able to understand competition issues, because I think that is where in the next sort of 5-10 years, we're going to start to see probably more litigation. We obviously would want the Kenyan jurisprudence to develop in the right direction. So I think if we are talking about the next 5 years, I think something that the CAK should put on its radar is building the capacity of the decision makers, whether it's at the tribunal or at the High Court. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Barbara. My question is, what is also the role of CAK in informing self-regulations across industries to enhance competition? Because one of the things that, for example, when we're discussing sustainability, there are no national guidelines on an industry level. So you find like sector players like the bottling industries, including this bottle, the label does not indicate what should I do after I'm done with this bottle of water. But there is a self-regulation amongst the bottlers that requires them to collect and reuse. But that, and the self-regulation, while it exists, only a third of the members are enforcing it. So what happens to the 2/3, and then what happens to the consumer finally? Yes.
Hello, my name is Lillian. I have a comment. In the recent past, we have seen a lot of demolitions happening. Maybe for the benefit of our visitor, we've had people who bought property, and then unfortunately it ends up being that it was sold to them irregularly. So the question to CAK is, in the property industry, as much as it's always buyer beware, what can you do to protect the consumers? And you'll appreciate that yes, someone needs to go and do searches and things like that, but I understand that in other jurisdictions, I understand that, for example, in India, that there is a body to regulate property sale over and above what the lands registry does, such that if you are a developer, there are certain, or if you're selling property on large scale, there are certain things that you have to adhere to. So just an area that I feel that consumers need to be protected better, and maybe you can consider that even as you come up with policies for the future.
That's an interesting one. Let's
take those first.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And then you'll tell me if I'm done.
Okay.
Look, I think those are some really interesting ones. Capacity building of the judiciary, issues around self-regulation, and kind of positive change here that isn't governed by government policy necessarily. And then I think there's Lillian's point around kind of sectors we might not always be thinking about, something like property and consumer protection. Some comments from you on that? You may well also just say it's onboarded, we'll take it within our thinking.
I think comment made by Joyce is something for our consideration in terms of legal issues, and something that we have thought about before, not only judiciary but also the tribunal itself, in terms of matters that come before the tribunal and then later on being appealed. Therefore, it's one of the areas that we have considered and we are aware, and I think it's a work in progress, and therefore it's an area that with the more cases before us, we need to engage judiciary and competition tribunal more often, and therefore it's a very valid point. And I know where Joyce is coming from because he sits in practice of competition law. With regard to Barbara's comments in relation to self-regulation, I'm tempted to give to Priscilla to give our experience of what have we done so that it doesn't seem I'm the only one speaking for the authority. They can speak for themselves. What have we done and what is our experience or observation so far, and what do you advise moving forward?
Thank you very much, Dr. especially for tossing me into the deep end. I think we shall discuss this later. But with regard to self-regulation, where the law allows us, where the law enables us, we still find it a most appropriate and preferable way of resolving conduct in markets, either with relation to competition law issues, and of course, you know, the matter under discussion, which is consumer protection. You remember we have a two-pronged mandate. And so as far as possible, those are matters that we are able to consider. Of course, when it comes to the area of consumer protection, there are other key players, key stakeholders. I could give one example, KEBS, that we would have to co-work with. But we have MOUs with these agencies, and so co-working is not a challenge that we cannot surmount. But I can give the example of the code of practice that we prepared for the retail sector, and this one is with regard to abuse of buyer power. And we have found it to work better when you pull together the market players and have them voluntarily come up with standards. It's amazing how humans actually prefer order, much as very often it appears that we do not, we are more comfortable with disorder. So when invited and when facilitated and when supported, market players are more than ready to put together guidelines that guide them and herd them into a mode of operations that is consistent, is predictable. And so that's a challenge we could look into. And of course, you will accommodate us with the reality that market realities move very fast. And sometimes as an authority, we are limited in terms of resources, but you're not limited in terms of the willingness and the ability to progress as such. So challenge taken. Thank you.
Yeah, on property, I think we have had also similar sentiment in the past around collapsing buildings, which also relate to construction industry. We have not been very active in those areas, I will say, because our mandate either it's consumer related or is related to conduct, as opposed to any other thing. So in terms of conduct, we have not, I think we have not received many complaints in terms of people buying land which is illegal or not properly owned, and therefore later on they lose their property because it's demolished. So that's an area I think we need to look into in terms of both acquisition, which I think we have no role in acquisition, licensing and all those issues, but in collaboration with other agencies, that is where maybe we have a role to play in terms of advisory not usurping their mandate, but in terms of just seeing how can we work together to redress some of the consumer issues in that sector.
I've been told.
Yes, let's, before Dr. gives his closing remarks, let's just accommodate three more, one being the gentleman in front of me.
Kamenjo, again, probably mine will be a challenge that CAK also moves to look at the government and how it's giving services. We have seen you going to the banking sector, cement sector. Probably it's time now you ask yourselves, why do people have to wait for 3 months to get a good conduct, a passport? Why do we have a building certified as fit by NCA, then falls down? Because these are services that citizens are receiving, and they have some type of expectation from it. Probably you might even need to look at to your sister institutions. We have CAPs. These are people who are supposed to protect consumers. Then we get sugar that has mercury. So it's supposed to protect these consumers.
Daktari, there's a question here asking whether we've just moved to a new building, 15th floor to 18th floor CBK Pension Towers, but there's a member of the Symposium asking, are we looking to expand outside Nairobi and have regional offices, especially with respect to consumer protection? The other question is a bit lengthy, but if I distill it, it's simply about the Consumer Protection Act. So it's a bit lengthy whether or not, since I know I have an inclination of the answer, just talk about the relationship between Competition Act and the Consumer Protection Act, and whether or not we have any role in the former.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to take Kamenjo's concern more broadly. Of course, we have an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with some of government agencies, including Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and also Energy Regulatory Authority. However, there are some agencies we don't have an MOU yet. And this is an area that we have always been proactive, reaching out to other agencies in terms of entering into an MOU. But this is an arrangement that is not binding in most cases, as you will agree. It all depends on how much they are willing for us to work together. So we cannot work alone, and therefore, with that understanding, my point will be to reach out to specific players and see how we can work together and make consumer issues better in our economy. The other point is whether we are planned to reach out to regions or counties. And I think colleagues have told me many times, and I also know it very well. We are only in Nairobi, and we reach out to counties occasionally. And our approach has been to cluster counties, go there, reach out to them, sensitize on areas that we think they need to know about competition and consumer issues. This is a bigger agenda than what we can promise now, but we do see the need. And it's also related to the other question raised by Mugambi. If we intend to expand as a relationship with Consumer Protection Act and the Ministry of Trade, which is run by a committee of some sort. But therefore, there's no institution that need to elevate our consumer protection mandate to allow us reach out to regional offices or counties. We have seen that there are commission offices that have reached out or created offices in regional counties, and therefore that's one of the things that we would like to be, but of course all government agenda that we need to pursue, follow up, and see how best we can reach out to more consumers. But one thing I would like to report is that from our engagement with counties and regional institutions is that we have seen more complaints coming following our engagement from all corners of our economy. And this is already good in terms of reaching out, But I think we are not there physically on the ground for them to see. We are visible, we are on the ground, we can respond to their issues and also redress in far as the law allows us. So I think this is an area that we take as a challenge. We are aware of it, but we continue lobbying and pushing for it to get that highlight in terms of our mandate and implementation of the Act.
All right. Thanks, Doc. I mean, we've touched a lot of very different topics. Some kind of derived demand from the audience, and this is important, right? People have various perspectives and queries and concerns even about the society. And so it's good that we've heard some of these. I think we have the semblance or the beginnings of a Nairobi, Lesarova Accord in terms of a post-25 strategic plan, and we wish you the very best with all of that. If I might just, in concluding our session, just remark on the authority, but also on your work, Doc, is that I think often as people operating within these authorities, within our economies, we're kind of looking at our feet and we forget to recognize that actually we might be doing well. And I can tell you from the outside that there's a very vibrant and favorable sense in the competition law and policy space that we observe from the outside looking in, right? It's part of our research work. It's references to see how Kenya has done it, even in the South African competition conference, where we need to get them to do things a bit better and more innovatively in that as well. So even as we do our work, I think there's a lot of strengths and achievements that are really important that have been achieved. And it's important to recognize these even as we look forward. I think there's an incredible community and team that's been built within and around the authority, and many have gone in and infiltrated even the COMESA Competition Commission, etc. I think this is absolutely important, right? So as to build an effective regime across the continent as well. So I commend the authority for that. And maybe just from my perspective, Doc, to wish you well in terms of executing this very challenging mandate to the extent that you can. And I wish you truly harder, more complex, more challenging competition law cases, because I actually think that absolutely grows our jurisdictions. And from a researcher's perspective, it's great to write about that type of stuff. So thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. You may take your seats, and thank you very, very much for the engaging conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the end of our symposium. Oh, yeah, the usual, the photo. Daktari, sorry about that. I've just been reminded the photographer wants to just take us a photo, yeah. And tag it Dr. Squared. I don't know, Priscilla, if you want to join in, and comes Dr. Cubed. And did you guys notice how Prof ducked my question? Yeah? About the meaning of the second part of his name. He conveniently forgot to respond to that. Eh? Thank you very much. So I won't belabor the point. Mr. Eric Mwangi will be our last person holding the mic. But before I go, since I'm in charge of communications, it would be remiss of me not to tell you about the media platforms at CAK_Kenya. We are quite active on Twitter and also on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, just search for Competition Authority of Kenya. You'll get us there. Updates, all the updates that we have, any issues that come up, developments, we'll post them on those two platforms. Obviously, our website is www.cak.go.ke. Again, it's full of information. Anytime any of the technical departments make decisions and they are approved by the board, we post them there on the determinations page. When you go, if there's a tribunal matter, we'll post the document there. So kindly be visiting those sites. Secondly, I've been reminded about the feedback forms on your desks. They were printed for a reason. Kindly indulge us in exchange for lunch. So kindly fill them out. lastly, yeah. Oh yes, and on WhatsApp, there's a channel, there's a WhatsApp channel. You can also follow the WhatsApp channel. Thirdly, we're having 3 or 2 more events coming up. As Helena said, Consumers International. There's one coming up in December, the Global Congress. If you're interested, and once you go to their website and check out what the whole Congress is all about, you can write an email to them. I don't have it offhand, and you can express your interest to join us. It's on 5th then? No, it's on 6th, 7th, and 8th. But what is quite important to us is 6th. Then next year, change program. With that, Corporate Services Director Eric Mwangi to give the vote of thanks, and thank you very much for indulging us today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mugambi, for those kind of welcoming remarks, inviting remarks to this particular part of the closing remarks. What I can actually be able to say is that we've actually been able to learn. There's a prayer which was made by Mr. Mugambi, and I can actually be able to assure you from where I sat, and I believe all of you are aware of that, we've actually been able to gain something, isn't it? The feedback form will actually be able to be reviewed later. However, by the faces that I can see and the notes, I can see that we've learned something. Basically, what there is that I've learned issues to do with the industrial policies and as well as competition policies. And the key issue here is that we've actually come to a consensus that these 2 areas of policy analysis should actually be consolidated. They work together when one is not looked in isolation of the other. So that is something that we've actually been able to go home with. On the second issue of sustainability, as per the goal number 12, we've actually been able to learn that there's need to ensure that we have made our planet sustainable. As was highlighted by one of the members of our panel, is that resources that we are currently utilizing in this particular earth is actually limited. So what are we going to do next? We shall actually be able to ensure that innovation is where we should actually be able to go. We innovate more so that we can actually be able to use less of what is there in nature. The other issue that is also there is that we should actually be able to adopt a collaborative way of dealing with waste management, and that will only happen if we, as entities, we collaborate with other entities that actually deal with this waste management. EPRA was able to actually do it very well and told us about how we can actually be able to ensure that the waste that we get, we can actually be able to recycle it and be able to reuse it next time. The other issue is that we need to adopt savings culture, because if at all you have a resource and you don't save, you're going to actually be able to waste it over a period of time. So with those few remarks, I think I would want to say that we have actually been able to learn, and we implore of you to actually be able to visit our website, as has been given, for more information on about what the authority is doing and how we can actually be able to make this planet much more sustainable. To this particular end, I would like to now move the vote of thanks. Number one, I would like to recognize the National Treasury. That is our parent ministry. They have actually been able to avail resources to us, and those resources are the ones being expended at this particular time to ensure that each one of you has actually the information they need to be able to make the right decision. The second one is actually the board of directors who have actually been able to approve our budgets and ensure that they have given us the authority and our work plans to be here. The other issue that is also very key here is that we want to recognize each person, each and every one of you, because you've actually been able to come out from your busy schedule to be here. So you are our stakeholders that we hold dear. Without you, this particular symposium could not have happened. The other issue that is also very key, we have had a wealth of knowledge, or even people who have a lot of knowledge, who came from panelists. And in this particular regard, I do not want to go straight to every person's name, but I would like to recognize the entities. We have UNCTAD, we have CRED, we have EPRA, we have CAK, and finally, we have the Consumer International. So those are the entities who are represented in the panelists, and they were able to give us the right knowledge needed for this particular symposium. I cannot forget the moderators. I could see some of the panelists sweating a little bit because the questions were quite hot. Because so it's always important to actually be able to thank the moderators. They were able to learn about what the symposium was all about and ask the right questions so that each one of you could be able to get the right answers. And also the audience, because basically you kept the panelists well in check by asking them the right questions. We would also want to thank the management and staff of CAK for their dedication and being able to prepare for this particular symposium. And I would say that through your dedication, we can actually see some improvement year in, year out. We are now holding our 10th symposium, so next year will be our 11th. So we need to see that every time that we move, we need to actually be able to make things much better. We would like to, in that particular sense, also recognize the Department of Policy and Research. They have been very key in ensuring that that has actually been able to happen, and also the other team that has actually been able to do that. Lastly, is to service providers that we have around. The management of Sarova, basically, since we came here in the morning and the last 2 days, we've been served food, we've been welcomed to this particular hotel, and I can tell you I've not had any complaint as far as food is concerned. And as we partake our lunch, I think we'll also be able to see that the hospitality is quite well. And if anyone has any contact to the management of Sarova, kindly pass our regards. We have also a service provider that are taking our photos and has actually been able to do the videography part of it. And we'd like to recognize you for that particular role. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to welcome you for lunch, as had been given by Mr. Mugambi, and wish you a lovely afternoon and a nice weekend. Thank you.
Through the dedicated email e-filing@cak.go.ke. The authority can also be contacted via our number +254 20 277 9000. Competition Authority of Kenya, creating efficient markets for consumers. The Competition Authority of Kenya now offers an easier and legal way to address disputes where your rights as a consumer have been infringed by a supplier of goods or services. Our complaints handling mechanism doesn't involve long queues, shouting matches, or cumbersome paperwork. And to top it all off, this service is available absolutely free of charge. Yes, you can now file consumer complaints regarding, among others, misleading representations, unconscionable